Nestled along the sun-kissed shores of the Mediterranean, Valencia is a town that shares many cultures. Now that the Las Fallas festival is over, spring is finally here, and so is the racing. Welcome to Valencia, where spring breathes new life into the vibrant streets of this coastal Spanish city. Just 30 minutes from the city lies the Kartódromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero, the track that we are racing on for the first round of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championship. Opening in the year of 2014, the lap record was set 2 weeks ago in the pre-round to the FIA round, set by Zach Drummond in qualifying of a 52.991, the only driver to get it into the 52s on these brand new Maxxis tyres. The track itself, though, very long, 210 metres down the main straight, the back straight 135. Total track length 1,428 metres. It's a wide track, 9 metres wide. We took a track walk this morning. Lots of rubber down on there as well. 2 metres of elevation basically means it is a flat circuit. But how many turns are there around the track? Well, there's 19 in total. 11 to the right, 8 to the left, and 1 hairpin. With the overtaking opportunities, there are many as well. The fastest part of them going in towards turn 1. You've got to be so committed to get an overtake into there as well, and you've got to be careful into the next one, turns 3 and 4. Then you've got through 6 and 7, very technical section through there, and as well as 11, 12 and 13, and of course that all-important final chicane where we have seen so many moments. The speed that the drivers will be reaching around this track, that's the most impressive thing that we see here. It's 132 kilometers an hour. They'd be reaching into the braking zone of the final corner and into the braking zone of turn number 1. The slipstream here is a huge key moment for our drivers. Average speed, 97 kilometers an hour. Basically, it's a very fast circuit here at Valencia and a perfect place to go racing for round 1 of the FIA Karting European Championships. The crowds are here waiting to get started for today's racing. Welcome to everyone from around the world. Myself, Anthony Jordan, Andrew Mather in the commentary box. Andrew, yesterday was an exciting day. Today, temperatures have cooled down a little bit, but I suspect they're about to heat up a lot on track.
Something in the air tells me it's going to be spectacular racing today. A journey into the unknown for this first season of the year. Lots of factors that we haven't seen in full combination before. The drivers having a few last instructions ahead of the first race of the day. Pasquale Lupoli on the left there with the sunglasses, supported brilliantly as ever by Nigel Edwards, our race directors here at Kartódromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero. And what a show the circuit have put on here this weekend. Fantastic to be here in Valencia for the first round of this year's FIA Karting European Championship. And 4 super heats for us to enjoy this morning. The drivers trying to make sure that they're in the top 36 in the point standings for the round. By the end of these races. We've already, of course, Anthony, cut the field down to 72 drivers in each, the OK Juniors and the OK category. So around a quarter of the drivers who started round 1 here back earlier in the week, unfortunately, they'll be watching this one from the sidelines. We've got the best drivers ready to go in these super heats. Yeah, certainly so. Unfortunately, just missing out on that one. You had Drew Voltz, Makis Savalev, Mel Peldas, you had Popular, Felipe Rice, Thomas Gender, Enzo Ruggiero, Gilles Herman, Felipe Paletta there as well, all losing out in that one in the OK Junior category, and many more as well. There were so many entries going into it that unfortunately just didn't quite make the cut through into the super heats. Remember, there is only those 2 of them, and yeah, like you say, it is only the top 72 that go through into it. So, you know, really fine line, I think, for many drivers. Such a shame to see drivers go home in such an early way of the weekend. Yep, but it's part of the competition. It's the same for everybody. There on the pre-grid is the 203 of Nicholas Schaufler, who we'll be seeing shortly in the first super heat. Super Heat A for OK Junior is the first race here this morning in Valencia. 11 laps for the drivers. It'll be the longest race that the OK Juniors have had so far this weekend. 36 drivers on the grid, the best in Europe, the best in the world, ready to compete as I say, try and qualify through to the first final the 2024 European Championship. So looking forward to it already. Championship points have come into play. More will come into play at the end of these super heats as well. But like you say, it's only the first round of the championship. We go to many more destinations, and we go to the FIA homeland for the next round. We head to France, to Val d'Argenton,
there in the middle of France. It's just kind of like south of Le Mans, that sort of area. It's actually in the middle of nowhere a little bit, in the middle of France. So, but looking forward to it. I've seen that the track itself looks like a really fast one.
Yeah, really looking forward to that one in the Loire Valley. Beautiful part of the world, and you'll be able to follow that event, that second round, in full, like we've had this weekend. If you have missed any of the action this weekend, we were streaming and live broadcasting yesterday, of course. You can go and watch that back on your platform of choice. But don't do that right now, because we're not too far away from a very intriguing day of racing. There is Christian Costoya. Starts the first Superheat A, from second position on the grid. Was the runner-up in the World Championship in OK Junior last year. He's been on good form this weekend. Has had good preparations as well for this first round.
Yeah, he certainly has. I mean, qualifying went pretty well. Second overall amongst the 100 drivers that were in the class going into this weekend. 3 race wins yesterday, 2 second places, some solid results. Like you say, starts on the front row for this one. But now he's going to have to deal with the outside row. He was lucky enough to be on that inside row for the majority of yesterday, wasn't he?
He was. It is something that we say a lot here at Valencia. It is hard starting from the outside. If you're joining us for the first time and wondering why is that the case, it's a very long and fast turn one. It basically it's not quite a hairpin, you'd say, but it's a full 180-degree loop.
Yeah.
So often we see the driver starting second, having to concede and settle for third place. Some people do say that starting third here is better than second.
Definitely
it's
so.
not impossible, though. We did see some starts yesterday where the driver starting second was able to take advantage.
Exactly that. Right, engines have fired up. It's time to go racing today. It is finals day as we get going for Superheat A. It is the juniors, and it's Nicholas Schaufler who starts on pole position. Christian Costoya alongside with Boris Leisen and Sebastian Mins on row number 2. Jacopo Martinez and Kenzo Craigie go from row 3 with Jack Eiliff and James Anagnostiidis on row 4. Filippo Sala and Scott Lindblom round out the top 10 on row 5 from Archie Kraling and Alfie Slater on row 6. Rocco Coronel and Devon Waltz go from row 7 with Oliver Kinmark and Kosei Aguma on row 8. Matvei Durganov and Alexander Zolfakari round out row number 9.
Ethan Lennon had an incident in his last heat yesterday, so has got work to do from row 10. Is joined by Jarrett Clark. All these drivers here on in are on the outside looking in at the moment for the top 36, remember. Asher Oxteen and Kanish Grau start on row 11. Zhang Haozhe and Teremek Samchek start on the 12th row of the grid. Travis Teo and Scott Marsh from row 13. Archie Lovett and Jesse Phillips on an all-British row 14. Cole Denham and Matt Corby, the other driver involved in the incident in the last heat in OK Junior yesterday, start on row 15. William Kalija and Jagrat de Troyer are on row 16. Alexander Kortunov and Kara Furhan on row 17. And the last of the 36 drivers are on row 18. It's Luke Cornder and Mariano Lopez.
Here's race control, head of race control being led by Chris Lambret, with Joanna Falcao and David Manchester keeping an eye on all of the races. So many cameras out there keeping an eye on all the drivers, in constant communication with our race director, Pasquale Lopele, who is on that starting gantry. There you can see the mechanics ready, you know, focused, really making sure everything is ready. Remember the tyres that these drivers are using, the Maxxis racing tyres. Great to have Maxxis on board for the 2024 season. A great showing of the Maxxis crew here as well this weekend. They've been working so hard to make sure all the tyres are spot on. And I've got to say, they've done a good job over the course of this weekend. The track here is a very coarse circuit. A lot of rubber has gone down. But that also means that, you know, these drivers have had to really look after these tyres as well, babysit them over the weekend. Because remember, these tyres that they're using right now started to get used in qualifying yesterday.
The good news for the drivers, this is the last race that they will use them. So if anyone has been able to save tyres, they have a 1.5 set allocation through the timed qualifying, all the qualifying heats. If you haven't used that spare half set now, this is the time to apply it, because if you're in the final, it'll be a brand new set later on this afternoon. Grid forming up then for the first superheat of the day. It's the A superheat for OK Junior. 75 points in the intermediate classification up for grabs. Into the tram lines we go. Are we good for a start? We are going. No, we're going to go round again for that one.
Yeah, so not the start we would have wanted to see there. It looked like the outside row wasn't alongside there. The gap was just that little bit too much. So they'll go around again. I think early morning nerves, you know, first round of the FIA European Championship, you know, you've got to be so on it over the course of this weekend, haven't you? And I think it's just pre-morning nerves.
You have. It's all about keeping the mind in check, I think, at this stage. You can't win it at this point, but you can very much give yourself a lot of work to do. So you just see there, Costoya a long way back. Yeah, on the odd side of the grid, first, third, fifth, backwards, we're all ahead of second place. So yeah, it's understandable why that's been waved around again for take 2 and an extra formation lap.
Yeah, indeed. Well, first race of the day and our first false start. Hopefully, second time's charm on this one. Usually it's third time's charm, but we'll see what we could do on this time around. That's the exit through turn 14. Like you say, we did a track walk this morning, had a look at the track. So much rubber has gone down on that part of the track. It's absolutely fantastic. Had to take some photos this morning.
But I think what is particularly good with the performance of the tyres this weekend, it's laid the rubber in, but it's not stacking on top of the line. It's a very good surface for the drivers to perform on. A little bit of undulation through turn 14, especially. You get a bit of bottoming out through there. So. And the track has been cleared as well. We saw a lot of marbles forming up on the outside, drivers left through turn 14. Those have been cleared overnight, so should be good conditions for them side by side through there. Are we good for a start this time?
No, we're not.
We're going to go around again. So maybe we'll be third time lucky this afternoon. Should mention as well, intermediate classification points, if you weren't with us yesterday, for OK Junior, they currently look like this. So everybody has raced through those 5 qualifying heats of 9 laps each, and it was Nicholas Schaufler, obviously because he's got pole position in this Super Heat A on top, 250 points from a possible 250. It's another one of those scenarios where the mission objective is straightforward for Nicholas Schaufler. If he wins this race, he's top of the final intermediate classification as well. But if he doesn't, that opens the door for Dries van Langendonk in the next OK Junior Super Heat to nip through and take that top spot.
Replay again of that start, and again, you can just see, just out of formation, nowhere near where they should be. So, yeah, clear call there to go round again. Like you're saying, oh dear, off the track, it's a VDK 277. That is Matt Corby. Matt Corby had a disaster yesterday. Oh, wow, and that is actually his axle split in half. I think that's just at the joint point there, and that is a big, big shame, and he's out of this super heat.
And he's out of the weekend.
Yeah,
that's it. He's one of the drivers on the outside of the top 36 in that run from 37th down to 72nd. Those are the drivers who need to go forward in this race. Well, you can't go forward if you're out before it's even begun. So we're down to 35 drivers in this one. There'll be a spare slot on row number 15. Gonzalo Planta brings the field under control. It's looking better this time around. Are we going to be good for a go? Third time round for the first super heat of the day. Race director looking for that equality across the front row, and there we go, green lights for the first super heat. 11 laps begin here in Valencia. Good start for Schaufler on the inside. Leisen has followed through from third place on the grid. Costoya, I think, has gone backwards in this one. He's gone backwards quite a way. Jacopo Martinezzi and one of the Ricky Flynn carts has come up through the field. Out is the 291. At the first corner, it's Matvei Durganov. That's a driver who was inside the top 36 at the start of this one. Is now going to be very concerned about dropping out with that DNF. Also out is Kara Fearhand. A really tough weekend for Fearhand, and the Indonesian is also out on lap 1.
I think there's some more drama out there as well, because Jesse Phillips is not clocking up as well out there, the same as, like you say, Kara Fearhand. That is a confirmation. Now Phillips, well, no, he's still not clocking up on my screen, so hopefully he's all right. Down the inside there, big lunge from Jack Iliff into that final chicane. Nicely done as they make their way back onto the start-finish straight. Let's go through the order. It's Schaufler from Martinezzo, who's had a brilliant start, 3 places gained. Leisen there in third place, and Jack Iliff with his P4, 3 places gained. Sebastian Mins there in P5 from Craigie, Anagnostiidis from Sala, Lindblom, and Rocco Coronel, the top 10. But look at Jacopo Martinezzi here. What a start. He's had 3 places gained, and he's hunting down Schaufler.
He's been one of those drivers building through the weekend. Had very good pace yesterday. There is Matvei Durganov out of the race. We said it wasn't a good start for Christian Costoya. It really wasn't a good start for Costoya. Down 15 places. He's in 17th. Now he's going to be fine in terms of qualifying through to the final, but his slot in the final intermediate classification is going to be under threat here if he doesn't make progress back through the field. Thankfully, though, this is a longer race, 11 laps for them into the chicane for the second time here. Schaufler continues to lead. Martinez in second place. Leisen third. Check over the shoulder from the Italian. Decides to stay in line and not go for the move into turn one. Sensible tactics there, I think, from Martinez, Anthony, given that Leisen and Eilif are right there.
Yep, certainly so. Well, Costoya in this race is currently in P15. He's not had a good start in this one. He is still second in the intermediate classification. And with every position that he might be able to gain in this race, he just confirms that second place spot at the moment. He's battling with Boris Leisen. Leisen's currently third in this race. So Fakari seeing a warning flag is down the inside there again. Nice change. It is Jack Eilif getting through, and Eilif making some good moves here. Big change at the front, because what on earth happened to Jacopo Martinez on that one? Just tumbled down.
Yeah, it's I think one of those in this kind of race where if you get offline, and especially with this quality of field, it's the longest race so far this weekend. It's down the inside, Craigie and Martinez. Martinez on the dust and on the grass there. Aggressive stuff from Kenzo Craigie. Sala around the outside as well in the 2.05. Whoa, that was fierce stuff there. As I say, it's a superheat. The stakes are rising now through the course of the round. Kenzo Craigie, a hard defence there for 5th place.
Yeah, he's got to be careful, though, with that one. We saw something similar to that 2 weeks ago at the pre-round, and it didn't end well for a driver. So he will have to be very, very careful through the next part of this race. Well, we are on lap 4 of 11. There is still a long way to go in this. And let's have a look at that moment into the final chicane, because this was the move down the inside. Nicely done there. No drama, but ran a little bit wide there. Martinez then had the run back down the inside on that start-finish straight, but it was a nice dancing move through that final chicane, isn't it?
It is indeed. Craigie's on the attack again. It's closed up to the back of Sebastian Mins, who's been strong this weekend. Had an 11th in his first heat, but then followed it up with a series of seconds and then a third. Let's have a look at a replay again. This is another shot of, so he's just clipped the curb on the inside. So the initial move was good, and then side by side between Craigie and Martinez. I think they did touch. I think there was a little bit of a touch there. And Martinez carries on. Both of them a bit lucky in that regard. Beautiful move from Sala around the outside to take 6th place. We're on lap number 5 then. Nicholas Schaufler, unbeaten so far this weekend. 5 wins from 5 through the 9-lap qualifying heats. Leads this super heat by nearly half a second over the fast-starting Boris Leisen there in the Sodi kart. I thought that might be coming. Investigation flag to the 2.14 for Kenzo Craigie, most likely for that moment we saw a couple of laps ago on the main straight.
Yeah. Well, race has settled down a little bit now. Schaufler leading by 0.4 of a second, but Boris Leisen there in second is certainly helping him out in the intermediate classification. Now second with 269 points. But Costoya, now with gaining those places up into P13, one more place, and he would retake second place. So Costoya's still in this, but he just needs to gain those more positions. He's had a dreadful start, has Costoya, hasn't he?
But he is the fastest driver on the circuit. He's got a bit of clear air ahead of him now. 55.431, the fastest lap of the race. 1.2 seconds up the road is Ian Kraling. A couple of, one warning flag there. That's the 297 of Mariano Lopez. Through onto the mini straight into the final chicane. Craigie seems to be losing pace here with the Ricky Flynn entry ahead. This was a battle between the other one of the RFMs. Sala on the outside through turn number 11. Martinez is squeezed through as well. But all this squabbling means they're dropping back from Sebastian Mins there. Mins has got a quite comfortable 3/4 of a second gap between himself and Craigie now.
Yeah, Mins is really good when he's got a clear piece of track in front of him. Doesn't need to worry too much about anything. He focuses in, he dials in. Really has a good race when he's got some clean air. Here, though, with Jacopo Martinez on that rear bumper, and now side by side with Craigie, dives down the inside. Now they go 3 wide. Coronel in here, Sala there as well. There's Scott Lindblom, all getting involved in this one. Now down the inside as well. Is that a Forza kart coming through as well? It is. It's Devin Waltz, the American, is on a great charge here.
Yeah, really good stuff from Devin Waltz. Forza Racing having a strong weekend here. Battle for second place. Leisen and Eilif, and they have swapped. So Jack Eilif has found a way through past the Polish driver on that last lap. Let's see what kind of pace the American from Texas has on this lap. The gap is 0.8 of a second to Nicholas Schaufler ahead. No point of conserving tyres right now, because as long as you can get them to the end of this 11-lap race, you're going to get a brand new set in the final. More action going on. Oh, that's all getting a bit close between Craigie, Salo and Lindblom. Craigie taking to the cut through there, through the final chicane. It's getting a bit spicy out there.
Certainly is, and well, that's very much what you see in these superheats. You know, drivers really trying to gain as many positions as they can to try and get into that final. That's the race they want to be in. It's the all-important final. That's the most important one. And right now, you do see that start of desperation by some drivers making those moves. Back here, though, with the battle for second place, it's Eilif now into P2. Boris Lysen still there in third place. That means that the intermediate classification has changed. Kostoya's back up into second and clear by 7 points now, 270 from Boris Lysen's 263. So that sorted that self out. Here's again another replay down the inside. Oh, Craigie, big use of the curb there down the inside of Lindblom. And, well, everyone just follows through as well. But Devon Waltz certainly taking full advantage of the situation there. Alfie Slater involved down the inside. Big, big lunge there from Sebastian Mins on Boris Lysen. He's up now into P3.
Good move from Mins there. Has been good on the brakes so far this weekend, and that's another example of it from the Ricky Flynn driver. An investigation flag out for Cole Denham in the 248. Had a difficult time qualifying earlier in the weekend in Cole Denham, and currently in 24th place in this superheat. Probably isn't going to be making the top 36 and that final later on this afternoon. Gap is coming down at the front. It's 0.5 of a second now between Schaufler and Eilif, but I would say that the Austrian has been in this position before, has a good understanding of control of these races. Is there going to be an opportunity for Eilif? He's got to go now. We're on lap 10, only 1.5 laps remaining in this superheat to find a way past that 2:03.
Yep, here we go then on lap 10. Last lap board coming out very, very soon for our drivers, but still some brilliant racing all the way throughout. Nicholas Schaufler, I've got to say, he's been on an absolute charge this weekend, hasn't he? Superb racing. And the same for this young man here. I mean, Eilif really coming strong in this superheat, pushing himself forward. 5 places gained. He's had an absolutely fantastic one all the way throughout. The Jacopo Martinez and Sala battle still raging on as we go on to the final lap. And Schaufler, really, it's all his to play for right now.
He's just got to keep it calm, just got to keep it neat and tidy on this final lap. And Eilif is closing. The gap is down to less than 5/10 now through turn 7. Very important this to get the speed right through turn 8, 9, 10. Triple apex left-hander through and into turn 11. Ticking off yet another potential overtaking spot for Jack Eilif. And for Nicholas Schaufler, was 5th in the final last year. Well, this result is going to give him pole position for the final in 2024, as long as he can get through turn 15, 16, and then the last chicane. 1, 2, 3. What a run for Nicholas Schaufler, who takes the win in Superheat A. A brilliant performance for the DPK Racing driver. He will be on pole position for the final later on this afternoon in OK Junior. Second place to Jack Eilif. Another strong result for Forza Racing. Can his teammate Dries van Langendonk follow up in Superheat B? That'll be coming later on this morning. Sebastian Mins, 3rd. Great result for the Briton, continuing his strong form from yesterday. Boris Lysen, another quick start, is rewarded with 4th place and more good points for the pole there in the Sony Kart. 5th for Jacopo Martinez. Good moves through the field as well to note for Devon Waltz up 6. Alfie Slater up 5 as well, both finishing in the top 10. And William Caleo as well was the biggest mover in that race. But unfortunately, I don't think he's quite going to make the top 36 with that 20th place finish in this race. Drivers heading into Parc Ferme then. Will be down in Parc Ferme shortly with Anthony Jordan and your race winner. Let's have a look at the provisional result then from Superheat A. Nicholas Schaufler wins by 0.372 of a second 325 points from a possible 325 through all of the qualifying heats and that super heat. His tally cannot be beaten in the final intermediate classification. Jack Iliff in second place, Mins, Leisen, Martinez all in the top 5, Salah, Slater, Waltz, Lindblom, Coronel all in the top 10. Christian Costoya recovers to 11th after that compromised start on the first lap. Ian Kraling 12th, Kenzo Craigie won't be happy with that 13th place, but will be in the final. 14th for Oliver Kinmark. Iskender Zulfikari books his place into the final with 15th. Ethan Lennon 16th, James Anagnostiadis. A difficult race there for the Australian in 17th. Top 20 was completed by Travis Teo, Kanish Rao and William Kalija. As we say, Kalija was the biggest mover in that race, up 11 spots. Let's have a look at some of the highlights then. Nicholas Schaufler was in good mood before it. Matt Corby was out before it had even started. An axle failure by the looks of things there took him out of contention. The start, always key here at Valencia, and it was advantage to those on the inside column. Look out for Christian Costoya. That's how he lost all those places, down to around 15th place despite starting on the front row. But it was full control for Nicholas Schaufler in the early stages. Matvey Durganov left the scene on lap 1 as well. Kara Furhan's weekend ended with an incident also on the opening lap. Very quick start for Martinez, up to second place early on in the Kart Republic there. At the end of the first lap, it was Schaufler in full control. Boris Leisen went on the attack on lap number 2, taking second place. Big scrap went on here in around 5th place. Kenzo Craigie getting past Martinez there. There'd be a flashpoint in a few moments after that move in the chicane, when they were side by side down the main straight. Martinez for a moment being on the grass and the gravel there, but managed to continue. It's a great opportunity though for Filippo Sala. Beautiful move from the Ricky Flynn Motorsport pilot round the outside. Craigie went on the attack again, this time down the inside of Sala for that position. Martinez squeezed back through. This was all going to encourage the likes of Devin Waltz and Rocco Coronel, Scott Lindblom in there as well. Some positions being gained here by drivers who started outside of the top 10. Into the second half of the race. Good speed in the second half of the race from Jack Iliff. He was able to work his way up to second place. The battle still raged on in the second half of the top 10. Craigie having to take to the cut through there in avoidance of 3 wide moments into the final chicane. Went down the inside of Lindblom in a nice smooth through turn 6 and turn 7. In the end, Craigie would fade, would end up in 13th place. Good moves as well from Sebastian Mins. Good confidence this weekend for Mins. That was down the inside of Boris Leisen on lap 9 to take 3rd place. But it was Schaufler's superheat from pole position, and it means that the Austrian will be first in the final intermediate classification, irrespective of what happens in Superheat B. Many reasons to be pleased. Let's hear from him now with Anthony Jordan down in Parc Ferme.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Yes, here with our race winner for that one and our pole starter for the final of the first round of the FIA Karting European Championship. Nicholas Schaufler, congratulations, well done. What a weekend you've had so far.
So, of course, the team made a really well job. We managed the race, and of course, it's really nice to start from pole in the European Championship in the first round. And we will see how the final will go. I mean, I think it won't rain, even if it's really cloudy, but we will see what will happen.
Oh, you've risked it there and you've said the R word. Oh, don't mention rain here. But certainly looking forward to that final. It's a long old race, but you get the brand new tyres. You're looking forward to it. It's going to be a challenge, isn't it? But are you feeling ready?
Of course, I'm feeling ready to go on to the start. For sure, it will be a bit of a challenge to manage it with the tires. But I think in the end, the team is doing a really well job, and that's it.
Yeah. It's very easy to spot you out there, obviously, sporting a brand new sponsor for 2024. You're the only DPK that's orange out there, so very easy to spot you. How's it been with everyone supporting you?
Of course, it's feeling really nice if a lot of people are supporting me. I'm really happy to be sponsored by my sponsors, because I think without them I couldn't even race. And a huge thank you also to them.
Well, congratulations, well done. Let's see what you can do in the final. You can rest now, enjoy the break. We'll see you out there later on today. Congratulations.
Thank you. See you.
See you then later. Well then, brilliant stuff there for Nicholas Schaufler. We'll see him out later on today. 3 more superheats to go. Andrew, it's time for the first of the senior classes.
Absolutely, and this is going to be a really good one. Let's have a look through the grid as the drivers head out for Superheat A in the OK category here this weekend in Valencia. 15 laps to decide it, 21.5 kilometers around the Kartódromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero. On pole position, Gabriel Gomez, as he was at this stage last year, won in the Superheat in 2023. If he does so again, he gets pole position for the final, but it's a big, strong grid behind him. Alongside him on the front row, the 2022 world champion, Matheus Morgato, directly behind him. On the second row of the grid, Lewis Werrell starts P3, the top driver in the IKR at the end of last year, 4th in the OK Junior category in the European Championships 12 months ago, taking the step up into his first OK Senior Superheats. Joining him on the second row will be Miguel Costa. On row 3, Zach Drummond, fantastic single lap pace so far this week for Zach Drummond, and we saw him on top in timed qualifying, or near the front in timed qualifying earlier on this weekend. Starts this one 5th, is joined by Luis Iglesias on the 3rd row of the grid, who's not been outside the top 10 in any race so far this weekend. The 2022 OK Junior European Champion, Anatoly Kowalkin, starts on row 4, is joined by Denmark's David Walter there. Thames Soleil, 4th here last year in a final. Starts on the 5th row of the grid for this one, is joined by Spain's Luna Flucher, who was impressive yesterday. Dmitry Matveyev and Xavier Armidis starts on row number 6. Sun Xiaoyu starts on row 7 alongside Noah Wolf, who's looking to continue a run of making every single final. Did it last year, starts this one from 14th and needs to hold that position to be in that top 36 come the end of the Superheats. Noah Montero and Stefano Padani start on the 8th row of the grid, and then the last of those on the inside of the cutoff at the moment in the top 36 overall in OK. On the 9th row of the grid, Tom Dussol and Freddie Lloyd.
10th row and rounding out the top 20 is Ethan Lennon and Jarrett Clark. Asher Osteen and Kanish Grau on row 11 with Yang Jose and Remy Sam. Oh, no, sorry, I'm reading the wrong grid there. I do apologise. Row 9 is Tom Dussel and Freddie Lloyd on row 9, I do say. Jimmy Helias and Michael Adair on row 10. Then it's Loveaway Sam Budler and Hugo Marti on row 11. Vanguard Clementson and Tiziano Monza on row 12. Emilio Coivisto and Alphonse Mittinen on row 13. Nilsson and Blake Nash on row 14. Marilla De Rocca and Martti Rittinen on row 15, and the top 30, Louis Casalini and Yuka Pau on row 16. Jakob Raschke and Kian Fardin. Then it's Vilma Svan and Matteo Giaccardi on the final row of the grid. Into the tram lines. Are we going green? Yes, we are. It is the first of the senior Superheats, and away they go down towards turn number 1. Huge dust getting kicked up in the mid-pack there as they all file their way through turn number 1. Nicely done. Through the pinch point of turn 2, into the pinch point of turn 3, and it's a spin. Oh, in the middle of the track, and there's pandemonium at turn number 3. So many cuts off the track, and it was Matheus Morgato, the spinner, at the start of all of that.
That is a huge moment. The 2022 world champion out of this Superheat. Lots of others have gone with him. Miguel Costa, David Walter, Luna Flucher, Jimmy Elias, Sam Budler, Marty Monza, Koivisto Mittinen, all involved in that first lap incident. And for that bottom half of those names, that's it. They're gone. They will not be able to qualify through to the final now.
That is a big, big shock then. And it all started with Morgato just spinning in the middle of that. That is a huge shock. Oh, that's a disaster for so many drivers. Well, the Koski there is going to try and get going again. It's not going to go for Alphonse Mittinen. He's trying to get it going. Well, actually, I think it is kicking into life a little bit there. He might be all right. Here, though, back with the leaders as the dust is still settling here from that huge one. No, he's not managed to get going. He's out of this race. Big shame.
Apologies, Louvouet, Sam Budler and Luna Flucher were not involved in that incident. They are still going. In fact, Louvouet's made 10 places on the first lap. On board here. Great innovation here this weekend for the first round of the European Championship. On board with Lewis Werrell He's in second place at the moment, hassling the back of Gabriel Gomez. 4 wins from 5 and a second place for Gomez yesterday and through Friday as well for the qualifying heats. Lewis Werrell has applied himself really well this weekend, stepping up to the seniors, impressed a lot of people. Let's have a look at a replay. This is going to be a bit of a, and there's the point from Werrell to say, I'm not going to attack, let's keep going, because we've got to drop driving third place behind, which at the moment is Anatoly Kavalkin, who's looking racy there in the 1-2-2.
Certainly is. 1, 2, 3 of them right there as they go through turns 3 and 4 now. Tame Soleil there in P4. He's had a good start to this one. 5 places gained as Kavalkin dives down the inside of Lewis Werrell. He moves up into P2. No need to worry too much, though, Lewis. Tame Soleil is behind you, but there is a bit of breathing space. Now's the time to just focus in. Who's the biggest mover out there, I've got to say? Well, you've got to look down to about 18th, 19th and 20th. You've got Blake Nash, the American, who's gained 10 places. Martti Rittanen from Finland, who's gained 11. Then you've got Jukka Pau, who's gained 12 places. And Jakub Raschke, also 12 places. They've benefited after that incident at turn number 3 at the start. Gomez, though, starting to break away here.
Is indeed. Let's have a look at that race start. Once again, one of the bills, I think it was Vegard Clementson, was on the grass there on the way down to turn 1. In turn 1 and turn 2, it's probably one of the better, cleaner starts of the weekend so far. This was the view on board with Lewis Werrell starting from 3rd on the grid. You can see that advantage he gets, pushing Gomez from the inside, both of them booking 1st and 2nd place. But this is where it kicked off now. McGott, yeah, he just spins on his own.
I think he just locked up.
Yeah, and then everybody else with nowhere to go. Lots of drivers taking to the grass and the gravel. There goes Nitinen spinning round as well, but that is a real surprise. But again, just shows how tricky the starts are here at Valencia. He'll have been off the racing line there, off where it's nicely rubbered in from the weekend's racing. Even the world champion, the former world champion, makes mistakes.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, back here on board with Lewis Werrell, currently in P3. Not looking to go on the attack through turn number 1, staying behind Kavalkin, but you can see there the gap is increasing between Gomez and Kavalkin. They are not closing in, but it's just slowly getting larger and larger, that gap. It's much tighter line there for Kavalkin. Really great view here to see, you know, these different sort of racing lines and the tyres as well of how they're managing through this sector. Nice and tight there. And just eking it back off the throttle. You can see the pedal movement there, really nice and controlled.
And I think what you can also see, comparing to yesterday, a lot more lateral movement at the wheel for Lewis Werrell. You can see, especially on the front left, a bit of expected wear on the tyre after this long programme. Final intermediate classification situation, just by the way. Again, very simple for Gomez in this one. Win the race, book in P1. There'll be nothing Joe Turney can do in Superheat B to beat the CRG type driver's total of points at the moment. That's why for Britain, who's got pole position in Superheat B, it's important to see Kavalkin or Werrell or somebody else take this race to Gomez and wrestle that race lead away from him. Here is Tame Soleil in the 1-1-3. He's got Louis Iglesias for company at the moment. This is 4th and 5th places. What's their pace like at the moment? 54.5 for Soleil, 54.3 for Iglesias. Another one of the CRG runners who've been fantastic so far this weekend. Lit timed qualifying up with some great pace across a number of drivers in CRG in the OK category. And, again, Iglesias could be strong here in the second half of the race.
Certainly could be. Back onto the start-finish straight now. Tame Soleil, big check over the shoulder. Same for Iglesias. But they are all clear at the moment. Kavalkin and Werrell still line astern, despite the fact that they're not battling. They're just not gaining on Gomez. He continues to break away. The gap now 0.6 of a second. It's a little bit disheartening, I think, for these drivers. They know that they're through. They know they're going to get into the final. But, you know, you just want to gain those extra positions here and there, don't you?
You do, because it could make the difference between starting on the inside or starting on the outside.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
that being such a big thing here at Valencia, particularly for a final, it's one to keep driving the ambitions of the drivers on. Werrell's looking a little bit impatient, I feel, at the wheel. You can see that gap growing out between Gomez and Kavalkin, but where does he make the move? Kavalkin's very quick on the straights, of course. Once again, onto the pit straight. You can see Werrell trying to get as much as an aerodynamic position as possible. But even in the toe, not enough speed to get an overlap on the 1-2-2, make the move for P2.
No, exactly. The toe not really working out for Werrell there. Not got the waft in towards turn number 1. Stays behind as they go into the tight and twisty section here. And again, you've just got to rely on everything working through this sector here, really making sure you nail the braking zones, getting on the power in the right spot as well. And now he's found some space. Now he's found a gap as he dives to the inside. He's slightly outbraked himself though. Now Kowalkin's going to try and battle back. Has he got the inside line through turn 14? The answer to that is no, as Werrell retakes P2.
Very good move there from Lewis Werrell. We've seen many drivers outbrake themselves trying to make the same move through turn 11, but that was absolutely spot on. Oh, he's a bit deep though, in through the chicane. This is the opportunity for Kowalkin to go back down the inside, retake P2. He does take P2. This is great news for Gabriel Gomez. His lead is extending. It's now more than a second. Back comes Werrell though, straight immediately on the attack once again. Back comes Kowalkin. Here's going to be an opportunity for Iglesias and Soleil. You would think Werrell's on the outside now off that rubbered-in racing line. Has lost 2 positions. Brilliant reading of the race by Louis Iglesias.
Fantastic stuff here. Iglesias now looking to potentially go for P2 here as we go back on board with Lewis Werrell. Now with 2 karts in front of him here. Iglesias right there. Look how much he's tucked in. He's going for the inside there through 14. How on earth did he find a gap there? That's incredible. Kowalkin left it out wide. And now Louis Iglesias is up into P2. This is brilliant stuff in the first of the super heats for the seniors. Through that final chicane, everyone making it through the corner. And now we go on to lap number 10.
And this is even better news now for Gomez, because like we saw yesterday along with Davide Battaro, he's got a CRG teammate behind him. Iglesias will have no interest at the moment of closing in on his teammate when there's a bit of team play. He's nicely positioned in the intermediate classification. Now he can hold his own position, get his own points and help his teammates in due course as well. We're into, or nearly into, the last third of this one. Lewis Werrell behind Kowalkin again. Is there an opportunity into turn 11? Not this time. I think that was pure grip, Anthony, through turn 14. Kowalkin on the rear axle was sliding a bit. That's why he went out wide. And once again, the CRG package looking really strong. And Iglesias is pulling away now. He's pulling away into a nice position. He can relax. And, well, this is going to leave a good battle for third place. Can Werrell find a way back through?
Certainly so. Well, we're going to have to wait and find out as, like you say, that gap just increasing. And now we're back to really square one between these two. Kowalkin and Werrell in the same position they were a few laps ago when they were second and third. Back on board with Lewis Werrell for Forza Racing again, watching that different racing line, tucking it a little bit tighter, going for that later apex. He went for the move down into the inside here a few laps ago. Can he do the same this time around? Yes, he can. Looking for that move, and he gets it done. Watch Kowalkin back on the left-hand side. There's his nose cone. Can't get alongside here now. And here comes, is that Noah Wolf getting involved? It is. Where on earth has Noah Wolf come from?
Noah Wolf has a really good... Oh, Wolf off!
Oh,
he saves it. Amazing save from Noah Wolf. And, well, I think he might feel he was a bit squeezed there and be interested in a replay on that one. That was a huge moment for Noah Wolf, who's now under attack from Tame Soleil behind. It's going on as well between Zach Drummond and Xavier Avramidis in the Tony cars as well. 4 laps to go as out is one of the VDKs. Let's look at it again. Oh, there was a bit of contact there between Wolf. Full opposite lock for the Briton to keep himself in the race as out. Is that Giaccardi? Yes, it is. Does not see the end of this race, and that is the end of his weekend because he was just inside the top 72. Will definitely not make the final.
Yeah, big shame. Tame Soleil back down the inside of Noah Wolf. Wolf just closing that door. The next one leaves it slightly open. Now through 14 again, but just ekes ahead now as they exit onto the back straight. You can see there everyone just talking to each other. You can see Son Jayu there as well, just saying to Javier Avramidis, let's go, let's attack. Let's see if we can try and close him on them as well. But there, everyone just trying to push the way forward. Like we've said all the way throughout that, you get to the super heats, desperation kicks in for some of these drivers.
Does indeed. So the points at the moment in the intermediate classification across these heats currently looks like this. Gomez comfortable, 319 points for Gomez. That can't be beaten by anyone in Super Heat B as things stand. Werrell's moving at least provisionally up to second place on 272. Iglesias on 252. So even if Iglesias did somehow manage to catch his teammate and overtake, it still wouldn't swap those two in the FIC. Joe Turney still to race, sits in fourth on 241. Kavalkin on 237. Morgado was dropped to sixth place. Now he's going to have work to do in that final from probably around the third or fourth, maybe fifth row of the grid. Drummond, Pavan, Soleil and Campen all completing the top 10 at the moment. We're on to the provisional lap of the race, and Luis Werrell is coming back here at Louis Iglesias. Good second half pace for the Briton there on the Forza Racing entry. Is there a move into turn 7? No, not this time. This is not done for Louis Iglesias.
Certainly not. He has now got to defend from Luis Werrell, who's back on a charge here. Down into turn 11. You did see briefly there yellow flags in towards turn 1. Unfortunately, the CRG driver, Tom Dussel, out of this race. An incident in towards turn number 1. Hopefully he is okay. Onto the back straight. Big check over the shoulder there for Werrell. You can see that it's nice and clear. We go on board with him now as he heads down into that final chicane. Left, right, back to the right again, and then onto that start-finish straight. And look at this huge speed, huge momentum, and we go defensive from Iglesias on this final lap. Now Werrell has just been given a green light to go for P2.
I think the good thing for Iglesias right now, he's got very strong traction zone grip at the moment. The back end of his 123 to me isn't quite moving around as much as the 104, so he can defend and know that he can push off the corners very nicely indeed. It's getting close again between Kavalkin and Wolf for fourth place. Defensive once more into turn 11 for Louis Iglesias. That's another opportunity for Luis Werrell ticked on by. There's going to be a switchback here through turn 14. Lovely positioning by Louis Iglesias, but now is he going to be weak onto one of the fastest points of the circuit? We have seen moves through turn 15 so far this weekend. Another opportunity for Werrell into the final chicane, but Gabriel Gomez is going to take race victory and be P1 in the final intermediate classification. What a performance! A carbon copy of what he did last year, Anthony, here at Valencia in the first round of the 2023 Championship. He is a man on true form here this weekend. His teammate Louis Iglesias holds on for second place. Another great result for CRG. 1-2 in this one. Luis Werrell takes third and is going to be very well positioned in the final. Depending on results in Superheat B, could have that nice starting slot second row, but on the inside. We'll wait and see on that one. Anatoly Kavalkin holds on to P4 ahead of Noah Wolf. Tame Soleil P6. Great drive from Sun Chao Yu for Tony Cart up 6 places to 7th. Noah Montero as well. Really good to see Noah Montero striking back after a very difficult first few rounds of the qualifying heats. He'll be in the final with that 8th place finish up 7 spots. The biggest mover in that race. It's actually a tie on that front. Blake Nash up to 16th, up 12. Vilma Svan as well, a little bit further back in 23rd. Here's the full provisional result then. Gomez from Iglesias, Werrell, Kavalkin, Wolf, Soleil, Sun, Montero, Zach Drummond and Xavier Avramidis all in the top 10. Dmitry Matviev in 11th. Luna Flusha will be in the final with that 12th place finish in the Superheat. Great drive from Louvois Sam Budler as well. Gained a number of positions there to 13th. May have crawled and dragged his way into the top 36 with that result. Freddie Lloyd, 14th. Michael Idir completes the top 15. Blake Nash, as mentioned, biggest mover in that race, up 12 spots to 16th. Tiziano Monza, maybe a bit disappointed with the performance this weekend. 9th in the championship last year, would have been expecting to make the final. Questionable whether that's going to be the case with that P17. Stefano Badani, 18th, 19th for Martti Rittanen, and completing the top 20 was Vegard Clementson. Murillo de Roca in 21st place ahead of Leo Nilsson, Vilma Svan, Emily Corvisto and Capo Yu all in the top 25. The last of the finishers on the lead lap being Louis Castellini, Mateusz Morgado. Mateusz Morgado, of course, involved in that first lap incident of the lead lap. Kuba Rajski, Tom Dussel was a retirement, as was Matteo Giaccardi. And all out on lap 1, Miguel Costa, David Walter, Jimmy Elias, Hugo Marti, Alphonse Mirtanen and Kian Farden. Let's have a look at some of the highlights of that pulsating first Superheat in the OK category here this weekend. All good into the first couple of corners. 36 of them running through, but then there would be drama into turn number 3. Werrell with that great start from P3, doing the classic move, push the pole sitter, book yourself into P2 by the end of it. There's Morgato down the inside trying to overtake Drummond, losing the back end. Miguel Costa running in as well, and then it was chaos. Everyone behind avoiding action, and in total 6 karts would retire from the race on the spot there. And for a number of them, but especially those who stopped, who were starting in the second half of the grid, that was the end of their first round for this year's European Championship. The race settled into a rhythm. Lots of battles going on for second, third, fourth and fifth. Kavalkin and Werrell in particular. Werrell down the inside on lap 8 on Kavalkin. Good positioning to avoid the switchback from Kavalkin, and he would go on to hold P2 for the intermediate time. Kavalkin struggling with grip a little bit perhaps through that race. Would fall back into the clutches of Louis Iglesias, who was on the move. Noah Wolf and Tame Soleil also coming through the field at this point. Did take a couple of goes for Werrell to consolidate the position. Kavalkin came back, was able to get back in front on lap 9, but this was the moment, just drifting wide. More grip for Iglesias in the CRG. Got down the inside of turn 14 and made a move through there. We've not seen that too many times here this weekend, and that was Iglesias' opportunity to be on his way to securing a 1-2 for CRG. Noah Wolf, really good recovery from Noah Wolf. Good performance for VAR by Birrell. Came back from a difficult start and in the end would have gained 9 places. Werrell and Kavalkin went to work again on lap number 11. Wolf nipping through at that point, but there would be more moments between Wolf and Kavalkin later on. Here it was. Wolf very lucky to hold on to that one, save it and keep himself in the race. Matteo Giaccardi's weekend would end in retirement in the Superheat. But for Gabriel Gomez, another victory here in Valencia. P1 in the final intermediate classification, the same result that Gomez had for the start of the 2023 European Championship. However, he didn't win the final. He finished 4th last year. Let's see if he is full of confidence for that final. Let's head down to Anthony Jordan in Parc Fermé, who's with our race winner.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Gabriel Gomez, a brilliant result for yourself. From your point of view, a calm, quiet, controlled race, but certainly I'm sure it was still a challenge for you.
Yeah, it was not a bad race. Only in the start, Lewis was putting a lot of pressure on me, but I managed to defend my position, and later our pace was really, really good, and we got the gap, and I managed that.
You were very lucky to avoid the incident that happened at the start of that one into the pinch point of turn 3. Morgato spinning and then the whole pack. You did say to me before this that you did see it in the corner of your eye though, didn't you?
Yeah, I just see when I was in the turn 4 and 5, I just see everyone behind. They made a big crash. Unfortunately for Morgato, he was on the front in the top 3 always, and now he will start a little bit more in the back. But anyway, I'm really happy with our pace during the week. Now we get maximum points for the championship until now, and I think the final will be really difficult, but we will try to win this one.
Do you think it's going to be common that we're going to be talking to each other a lot throughout this season? Do you think you could be here again in France and whenever we go in this year's championship?
That's what we want. We lose the European Championship in the last round last year, and now we want to get it. We need to win this championship. We are working a lot with the team to everything, and now we need to see how will be the final, the water, and let's see how it will be.
Very quickly, how do you think that final is going to go today?
I think the first 10 laps will be what will be decide the race, and that will be really difficult, hard with, for sure the top 5 will be really tight.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking forward to it. I'm sure you are as well. You're starting on pole position for it, so congratulations, Gabriel Gomez. What a brilliant start to your season.
Thank you.
Excellent there. Well, that is 2 superheats down. We go back to the juniors now for their second of their superheats. Andrew, let's head back over to you.
Thank you very much, Anthony. You're absolutely right. Superheat B is the next race in OK Junior, and another set of 36 drivers looking to qualify through to the final later on this afternoon. 11 laps, 15.5 kilometres to decide it. And the drivers rolling out for their formation laps in the meantime. Let's take you through the grid for this one. Dries van Langendonk, the reigning OK Junior World Champion, starts on pole position. Sebastian Lettmarque, he's been brilliant this weekend, made 2 finals last year. I think he's going to be looking for a bit more than just making the final in this first round for 2024. He starts alongside on the front row. Roman Kamyab finished his heats program with a win yesterday. Starts on row 2 alongside Bosco Arias, who started his heats program with a victory. Noah Baglin and Thomas Padir start on row number 3. Daniel Kelleher and Dean Hugendorn start on row number 4. Ili Christian and Henry Domain start on row 5. Alex Malota and Bogdan Kozma-Christofor start on row number 6. Jensen Burnett and Vladimir Ivanikov start on row 7. Klara Kowalczyk and Oliver Rasmussen start on row 8. Jean-Matteo Russo and Xiao Xiyun are the last of the drivers in this race who currently, in the final intermediate classification as live, are on the inside of the top 36 and looking to hold their positions. So everyone from now on needs to move forward to book their place into the final. Before on row 10, Mats van Rooyen and Efim Durinov, Louis Cachet and Arthur Huang start on row 11. Maria Neto has moved up a lot of positions, a difficult qualifying, has definitely got her eye on the overtakes in so far this week. Starts on row 12 alongside Nikita Nikishov, Alexander Dahlström and Benjamin Maniak start on row 13. Theo Battisti and Kasper Reipold start on the 14th row of the grid. Augustus Toniolo and Alex Martinez both have work to do on row 15. Andrea Marni and Florentine Hattemer start on row 16. Amin Kara Osman and David Minchuna start on row 17, and the 36 kart grid is completed by row 18, Paul Andriotis and Tobias Suzeni.
Well, this is going to be a very interesting superheat, I am sure. Van Langendonk, who qualified on pole, has had wins all the way throughout it, but only 1 third place. That's been his Achilles heel, and that put him down in the intermediate classification. You can see him there on your screen, the world champion from last year in the OK Junior category, won at Franciacorta. Can he, this year at Valencia, start on top in this one? Let's find out as they head into the final chicane. Remember, it took us a couple of times to get the juniors started for their first one. Can it get done? First time of asking for the second of the superheats. Into the tram lines. Lights go green. Here we go. Down in towards turn number 1. Great stuff on the inside road. Keep an eye on Lettmarque on the outside. The white Tony Kart helmet just coming through. Keep an eye. He's down to 3rd. He's down to 4th. And he holds on to P4 now as they go into the braking zone of turn number 3. This was the pinch point. Are they all going to get through? Oh, there's a bit of dust kicking up in the background there. There's a couple of karts off, but crucially, they all get round. Bar 1, there is a spin in the background. A big, big shame.
I think it might be Theo Battisti out there who's in trouble. The 292, one of the Ricky Flynns, has also stopped. It's Paul Andriotis. Awful weekend, unfortunately, for Andriotis. Just made it into the top 72 of these superheats, but will go no further. Also out there is Andrea Marni in the 274, so that's another driver who started in the second half of the field, and sadly will go no further.
Yeah, big shame there. Back at the front, though, and your top 3 breaking away nicely here. Back onto the start-finish straight as they go across the line. It's Van Langendonk from Kamya, Baglin, Lettmarque, Bosco Arias and Daniel Kelleher, Dean Hugendorn from Thomas Padir, Henry Domain and Alex Malota, the top 10 at the moment. Biggest mover, Theo Battisti, 8 positions gain. He's into the top 20 in P19.
Yeah, really good work from Battisti there on the Sodi, just to get that momentum going and hopefully take it forward. Is also just behind Maria Neto, which is not a bad wheel to be in the tracks of, because Maria's made a lot of progress through the heats so far this weekend. We're on lap number 2 then. Dries van Langendonk leads from Roman Kamyab at the moment as we have a look at the replay of the start. Good clean start, I thought there, Anthony.
Yeah, certainly so. Pradir coming out of the slipstream there really early. He was the first. You could just see him and the Victory Lane liveried car just sneaking out here, down in towards turn number 3. The front was all fine there as they go through. It was a little further back. That's where you can see some of the karts coming off, and I think it was some of the rejoining karts, as on the live pictures there. You can see down the inside, Bosco Arias going for 4th place. on Letamaki. Yeah, there you go. There's another angle of it there on the replay. Yeah, just straight round, and so many karts into one just don't go.
Yep, very tight through there, through 3 and 4. But at the moment, the points would look like this. And remember, there are championship points being awarded at this stage. So, yes, we talk about, is it better to start P2 or P3? That's very much a Valencia question. Yep. I think the points, the championship points argument takes precedent here, because it's a big gain if you can hold that position. And Dries van Langendonk's doing that comfortably at the moment. The 3.25 of Schaeffler can't be beat. But Van Langendonk's moving up to 3.16. Pistoia is currently third on 2.72. So that kind of gives you the breadth of it, really, Anthony. That yeah, it's a good lead for Van Langendonk, and good practice as well for the tactics in the final. No,
exactly that. And you know, just committing himself, you know, he's a fair few chunk of points behind Schaeffler. You can't beat him. Maximum points for Schaeffler over the course of this one. He's done exactly what he's needed to do. But so has Van Langendonk, you know, really focusing now, just trying to do what he can do. As again here, Bosco Arias and Noah Baglin swapping places. And Arias now up into third place. Bosco Arias, you know, really good performance all the way through. He qualified 27th. He's just been making his way through the field. The setup that they've got on that DPK is absolutely superb.
Absolutely, you know, his teammates done fantastically. Schaeffler in the orange livery DPK, and you can imagine that there's been some trading of data and advice through that. You're absolutely right. I've been very impressed with Bosco Arias and his consistency this week. No result lower than 6th through the course of the qualifying heats on Friday and Saturday, and a race win to boot as well along the way.
Yeah, certainly so. Well, he's fighting very strong here right now, as Kamyab, who has taken a race win over the course of these qualifying heats yesterday and on Friday. He's had some good performances. And again, another driver you need to keep a very close eye on. Bosco Arias again, fastest lap of the race, 55.579. As he is there in third place. Van Langendonk not able to break away then. This is where you start to get to the dangerous part of the race here now, because you've got drivers who have really focused, really start to close in. If Arias can get onto that rear bumper and Kamyab and push each other along, they might be able to close in on Van Langendonk here.
Yeah, and we have seen Van Langendonk not be completely mistake-free so far this weekend. Yeah. So we know that he can be put under pressure. But there's a lot of talent there in the 201, the reigning world champion in OK Junior. What can he do here in the 2024 European Championships? We spoke to him earlier in the weekend. He's got his eye on both of the FIA karting titles in OK Junior for this year. The Europeans here down the inside. Lovely move from Dean Hugendorn on Letimaki there for 5th place. Another driver who's impressed us this weekend, isn't he, Dean Hugendorn?
Yeah, it really is. Some strong performances, as again, back down the inside. That is who's that coming through there? That's the 263. Oh, right, that is a change further up. Bosco Arias has got into 2nd place. Kamyab's there with Baglin. Right, okay, so Kamyab's just dropped down a little bit right there. So big changes at the front now. So they have sorted themselves out just that little bit while we've been focusing a little further behind. So now it's Van Langendonk from Bosco Arias. Here comes Baglin back down the inside. And gets that one back up into 3rd place. This brings in Dean Hugendorn. Letamaki back into the battle here as they get themselves squared up through turn number 3. Arias now is starting to close in on Van Langendonk. This could get interesting.
Kamyab fighting back down the inside on Baglin, retakes 3rd place. Some good speed from the Kart Republics in this race. Daniel Kelleher's just gone purple through sector 1. His teammate Cosmo has just gone purple through sector number 2, and there's another move from a Kart Republic. Baglin down the inside of Kamyab. Kamyab trying to hold on here. Back comes Letimaki, who gets back through past Hugendorn and Kamyab in all of that. Beautiful stuff from the Finn. There is the 252 of Dean Hugendorn at the back of this group. Lot could change here. Hugendorn looking down the inside of Kelleher into the final chicane. There's a bit of contact between them. Kelleher's going to be weak over the chicane. Here comes Padilla in the victory lane, and Jensen Burnett there on the Fusion Motorsports entry coming through the field. Great stuff from the Canadian.
Yep, this is really good showing. Bogdan Cosma there also just trying to close in on this one as we go back to the battle further ahead now. Noah Baglin from Letamaki. Kamyab still there in tow as well. Dean Hugendorn trying to gain these positions, and all the meanwhile, Bosco Arias and Van Langendonk have broken away now from the rest of the field. They have got no drama apart from having to deal with each other. Back down the inside, Roman Kamyab back up into P4.
Yeah, good stuff from Kamyab. He was looking in a bit of trouble a couple of laps ago. And he just took the tyres in their temperature up a bit too high, but he's back in control of this. The pace has returned. Looking a little bit further down the order. We'll come back to that because Letimaki's very quick out of the final corner there. Is he going to have a move? No, he's just going to hold position. Drivers pushing themselves potentially into the top 36, Anthony. Efim Durinov is up 5 in this one to 15th. Gianmatteo Russo as well. It's Maria Neto again up 7 spots into 16th place. That might be enough depending on how the scores work out. Dean Hugendorn now down the inside of Letimaki. Another good move from Hugendorn. That's him up to 5th.
Certainly so. Tobias Szanyi they're seeing an investigation flag. So again, race control and the stewards keeping a close eye on the entire grid here. As again, drivers make their way through turn 14. The marbles starting to collect again. The track team did a brilliant job at the end of yesterday to sort out. Right now, that 252, Dean Hugendorn, take a good close look at that front nose cone on the start-finish straight. I think it's loose.
There's a little bit of
a wobble there, isn't there? That might be a drop nose cone. We'll have to see. We don't know until obviously they come into the pit lane and someone physically checks it. But certainly that is a question mark over Dean Hugendorn's front nose cone there.
Back with the race leader on lap 10. Dries van Langendonk ahead by just under 4 tenths of a second. Bosco Arias they're trying to chase him down and is chasing him down, but we have seen Van Langendonk deal with this situation before in the course of, or across the course of this weekend. So it's not a complete panic time for the 201, also in the knowledge that he doesn't need to win this race to take second place in the final intermediate classification and the championship points latent to finishing P2. What can Bosco Arias do here on the final lap? He's definitely keeping the Belgian honest right now.
Certainly is. 0.2 of a second, he's really pulled the pin on this one. And getting this position does affect the intermediate classification. You know, Bosco Arias is joint on points with Letimaki. If he can gain this position in this race, it really helps him out.
He would get past Mins as well, so that there's a good haul of championship points available here for Bosco Arias if he can find a way through, but he's got to do it at the right time. He's got to do it cleanly, of course, as well. The warning flag has been shown to the 295 of Alexander Dahlstrom. There's also an investigation flag going out for the 210 of Louis Cachet. Not many opportunities then for Bosco Arias to make the move here, Anthony. Only the final chicane to go.
Yeah, exactly that. Back down the inside there. No defensive driving, holding the middle line there for Van Langendonk, but they're going to go wheel to wheel on the line. Bosco Arias tries it by so close, 0.02 of a second across the line. But it is Dries Van Langendonk who takes the race win, and he takes the maximum points in that one, and he will confirm his front row lockout for the final later on today. Van Langendonk from Bosco Arias, Noah Baglin finishing in 3rd place from Roman Kamyab, Dean Hugendorn rounding out the top 5.
Very good race again in OK Junior. Bruna at the Bosco Arias so close to getting that position. It would have been to the advantage of 4 championship points, but he can take a lot of promise from that race that he finished strong. Of course, the final will be a much longer race, 18 laps, and taking care of those tyres is going to be very important in that one. Drivers heading back to Parc Fermé then. That is all the superheats all complete for OK Junior. Let's have a look through the provisional results from Superheat B here in Valencia. Dries van Langendonk takes the win by 0.022 of a second. One of the closest, if not the closest, finish of the weekend so far. Bosco Arias there, P2. Noah Baglin, good points again in 3rd. Hops up to 9th place in the intermediate classification, so that will result in championship points for the Briton. Roman Kamyab in 4th, Dean Hugendorn 5th. Sebastian Letimaki ahead of Jensen Burnett, Thomas Pradier, Henry Domain and Daniel Kelleher all in the top 10 for that one. Bogdan Kozma, Alex Malota, Oliver Rasmussen, Gianmatteo Russo and Maria Neto all inside the top 15. For those in that mid-pack, they'll await to see if the points have worked out that they have qualified through to the final in due course. Ili Christian, Efim Durinov, Mats van Rooyen, Arthur Huang, Vladimir Ivanikov, all in the top 20. Other finishers, Maniak, Batisti, Cochet, Reipold, Nikashov, Martinez, Minituna, Kovalchik, Tonielu and Chow all in the top 30. Hattemer, Dahlstrom, Osman and Suzeni all completed the 11 laps, 2 retirements, both in the first lap, Marley and Andriotis. There is your race winner. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from Superheat B. Let's see how Dries van Langendonk did it. He's had a good amount of practice starting from pole position this week, and he got it absolutely spot on once more. It's a good start as well from Roman Kamiab, followed through into second place. And no incidents through the initial part of turn 3, but it would get a bit close again through turn 4. I think one of the Sodis in the background there cutting across the chicane. We would, as mentioned, lose Andrea Marti and Paul Andriotis from the race early on. There is how Andriotis' weekend would end. Started 35th on the grid, will not go through to the final with that one. Bosco Arias, very impressive weekend so far for Bosco Arias. Started this one on the second row of the grid and went forward, got past Noah Baglin in a good battle. Baglin would have a fight as well with Roman Kamiab, who's looking to continue the good form that he's had for Ricky Flynn Motorsports so far this weekend. That moved down the inside on lap 6, would then be returned, the favour returned by Baglin down the inside into turn 1 at the start of lap number 7. This would allow Bosco Arias to break away and try and hunt down Dries van Langendonk on his own. Baglin making another move, this time on lap 7, down the inside into turn 11, and the 252 of Hugendorn would be on the scene in this one as well. And Sebastian Letimaki. Letimaki can be happy with his work so far this weekend. The race result in this one gives him 5th place in the final intermediate classification and a good haul of championship points to start this European Championship season. The battle raged on. Jensen Burnett was coming through the order for Fusion Motorsport, assisted there by Bogdan Kozma in the 2.73. Burnett would in the end finish P7, Kozma P11. And after a difficult middle part of the race, Roman Kamiab came back to take 4th place with some good moves and a very close finish as well. Bosco Arias nearly getting by Dries van Langendonk at the end there. Final intermediate classification for OK Junior after all super heats and qualifying heats are completed. It's Schauf from Van Langendonk, Kostoyan, Mins, Letimaki, Arias, Leisen, Kamiab, Baglin and Eilif. That's your top 10. For now though, let's head down to Parc Ferme. Anthony Jordan, over to you.
Thank you very much, Andrew. We're with our race winner on that one, Dries van Langendonk. Dries, you secure a front row start for that final later on. Some great points this weekend. Has certainly been a great start to the season for you, hasn't it?
Yeah, very strong start to the season. Up for the final. So yeah, looking forward to it. Very confident going into it, and yeah, let's see how it goes.
Cooler temperatures today. The sun is hidden behind a thick layer of cloud. We're not expecting any precipitation, but still, today everything's just looking like it's going in the right direction for you, isn't it?
Yeah, I think today is just looks like a very strong day for me. I'm feeling the kart feels good, the engine feels good, so everything I'm looking forward to the final, and yeah, just let it come towards me, and we'll see where we end up.
Finals, much longer race, of course. Strategy is going to have to come into play. You've got the fresher tyres that will be going on. Talk us about what the plan is for that final. Is it going to be push hard at the start, maybe hold back a little bit? What's the idea?
Honestly, I'm just going to, like I said, let it come towards me. I mean, the final, a lot of things can happen, so you can't really plan it out very well. So, yeah, we're just going to see how it goes and let it come towards us.
Take it as it comes sort of thing. So, yeah. Well, congratulations. Well done. A superb round of qualifying heats and, of course, the super heats today. You start on that front row. Congratulations. We'll see you out there in the final.
Thank you.
Excellent there. Well, Dries van Langendonk secures a front row, and that's it for the juniors until their final later on today. The second and final qualifying heat for the seniors is coming up next before we go into the lunch break. Andrew, let's head back up to you.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Indeed, one more race before the lunch break here in Valencia. It is the final superheat for the OK category. And once again, 15 laps to decide this one, over 21.5 kilometres. And the job is, well, simple to say, difficult to do. For all the drivers out in this one, it's qualify, finish well in this race and qualify through to the top 36 that will compete the final later on this afternoon. Plenty to be decided through this one, particularly Joe Turney there on the left-hand side, bottom left-hand corner of your screen. Third in the first heat, and then a run of wins, including one versus Gabriel Gomez earlier this weekend. The winner here of round one in 2023, and also won round one in 2022 as well. So Turney has a good record at the start of an FIA Karting European Championship season. Can he continue that form in this one? If he wins this race, he books himself second place on the grid for the final. It's actually, I think, one of the first times, or one of the only times, that that Turney has started on the inside this week. But good results through the course of the qualifying heats. There he is, steely determination. Great to have him back, of course, after his accident at the World Championships at the back end of 2023. And he's definitely not lost any of the speed during his recovery, as looking on good form. He's not going to have everything his own way in this race. That is pretty much guaranteed. Alongside him on the front row, the very fast Italian racing for Tony Kart on the OTK chassis is, of course, Sebastiano Pavan. Results so far this weekend for Pavan in the 118. Third, first, third, and fourth. And is a very quick starter as well in this race, in these races, but does have that difficult slot of P2 on the outside. There's a quick look on your screens of the schedule for the rest of today. 3 minutes or so away from the rollouts for Superheat B. We will then have a break here at the circuit. Chance for drivers to get themselves ready for the finals. The first of those finals will be the OK Junior at 13:20 local time. The podium will also immediately follow that one before we then move on to the business of the OK final, the senior final, at around, well, it'll be bang on. There's great turnarounds here in the European Championships, but that's due to go off at 14:25. There is Sebastiano Pavan having a quick last few instructions from his mechanic. It's been a very impressive weekend for Pavan so far.
Certainly has. Qualified 8th overall. He's had 2 qualifying heat wins. He's never been out of the top 5. His 4th place has been his worst result over the course of the qualifying heats over Friday and yesterday, Saturday. Really looking forward to seeing what he can do in this one. Obviously, he's got really tough competition all the way around him here. You know, Joe Turney, who's been on a charge the second half of the qualifying heats, you know, all wins. He's only had a 3rd place, and that was in his first qualifying heat after he had a brilliant qualifying earlier on, 9th overall as well. So really, he's been on the same sort of level as Sebastiano Pavan in outright lap pace, but just being able to be at the right place at the right time. And the same could be said for this man here, who starts on the 2nd row of the grid, Vivek Kanthan. Qualified 6th overall. He has had a race win. That was in his penultimate race yesterday. Worst result being a P7. Good results all the way throughout. Again, I'm really looking forward to seeing how he can do in that final later on.
I think Kanthan's been one of the revelations of this weekend. It's easy to forget when you see a performance of that calibre. This is a driver who's just moved up from the OK Junior category and has always had speed. He's got a good level of experience through the age categories, but I think maybe been a bit disappointed with how things worked out in the championship last year. Was outside the top 20 in terms of the points. His best result was a 15th at Rugby. So a huge step forward for Vivek Kanthan. Hopefully he can continue it through the course of this Superheat and then the final. 1 minute board shown to the drivers there by Ross Upton, our judge of facts, down in the pre-grid area there. Plenty to look forward to in this one, including for Davide Bottaro. Very interested to see how Bottaro gets on here, because Bottaro's done a fantastic team job so far this weekend. Every single race he's been lined up behind Gomez, and I think at times has sacrificed his own personal performance to make sure that Gomez has got that defence. You know, there's a couple of heats where they ran the 1-2 train fantastically. He's his own driver in this one. He's the highest running CRG. He's also potentially got help from behind in the shape of his teammate Marcus Shilkunas. I'm really excited to see how the Italian gets on.
Yeah, really curious. He's not taken a win yet this weekend. Like you say, really playing that team game. Shulkunas, who starts just behind him as well on the third row, has taken a win. Let's see what those two teammates do over the course of these next 15 laps. It is Superheat B for the OK category. Let's take you through the full starting lineup. It's Joe Turney and Sebastiana Pavan on row number 1, Vivek Kanthan and Davide Bottaro on row 2. Ian Eichmann and Marcus Shulkunas, they go from row 3, from Guillaume Bouzard and Timo Ramikas on row 4. Finn McLaughlin and Mies Huben go from row 5 and they round out the top 10. They'll have Jindřich Peschel and Stepan Antonov on the 6th row of the grid. Roland Kuklane and Alexander Bondarev, they go from row 7. David Kozma and Alpak Soy go from row 8. Mark Dubnitsky and Ludovico Busso round out the top 9 rows.
Second half of the grid, Jakub Kamenek and Salim Hanna start on row 10. Kai Rillas and Kasper Henriksen go from row number 11. Philippe Carras and Thomas Kinsey start on row 12. Marius Barryberg and Santino Panetta start on row 13. Leon Brunner and Len Neisch start on row 14. Ivo Besteda and Guy Albag complete the top 30 on row 15. Wojciech Voda and Joseph Smith have had difficult weeks so far, but one last opportunity for them to qualify through. They start on row 16. Luis Francis and Oscar Repetto on row 17. Peter Stiller and Andy Consani complete the grid on row 18. 36 runners, only half of them will qualify through, of course, depending on how the maths works out. We're going to see another cut of 36 drivers from the whole group of OK drivers here after this one. This is big pressure now for the drivers.
Certainly is. Yep, really starting to figure out who is going to be where for that final. Remember that Joe Turney currently sits P4 in the intermediate classification, 241. A win here would certainly bump him up right next to Gomez to start on that front row, and those two obviously going at it again in an FIA round certainly is going to be an interesting one. This man here, though, Sebastiana Pavan, currently he sits 8th in the intermediate classification. Again, a win here for him would help him out massively, would jump up a fair few places as well. But again, it's just going to be a fine line here. What is going to happen, we don't know, but we are going to find out very, very soon as drivers get themselves sorted out and ready down into that final chicane. It will be Joe Turney and Sebastiana Pavan on the front row of the grid for this one as they get themselves lined up. There's the red line. There's no overtaking beyond this point. The grid not yet formed up at all. There's still karts all the way halfway down the back straight right now, so I suspect we're going round again.
Yeah, Gonzalo Planta not looking overly happy with that one. Yeah, very predictable that we'll go round again for another formation lap on that one. Story of events as well. There's quite a few drivers on the outside of that kind of semi-live 36-point cutoff. You know, drivers who've had problems. Kasper Henriksen is a name that jumps out at me. Marius Barryberg has been very good around here in the past. It could be some big movers in this race, I feel.
Yep, certainly so. And again, understandable. You know, it's not the A superheat, it's the B superheat. So again, there's drivers who are a little bit worse off in this one. So yeah, you are going to see, I think, some real charges through this field in this one. If any drivers have saved their fresh tyres for today, for this particular race, I think they've done the right thing to try and do that now from the back of the grid.
Yeah, it's definitely some good track performance out there. We saw it in warm-up this morning, some quick times. Track conditions and air temperature at the moment, 17 degrees quoted to us here in the box. Pretty similar to yesterday, a few clouds overhead. We did see it brighten when we got to the afternoon, so we'll see whether that's a pattern that continues when we get to the finals. On board with Vivek Kanthan on the 146, starting this race from 3rd place for Powlin Motorsport. What a weekend the young American has had. Getting ready then for the start. This is looking better this time. The lights are red, they're green. We're racing in the last superheat in OK. Good start for Turney. Into turn 1 they go. Kanthan through into 2nd place. Ian Eichmann's challenging Pavan now for 3rd place and gets 3rd place. Good start from those on the inside once again. Going through turn 3 and 4, Finn McLaughlin taking to the curb there. I think pretty much everybody is through into turns 5 and 6. Good start here.
Yep, certainly so. The rest of the field now trying to get through the tight, twisty section of turns 6 and 7. And again, they get that done, despite the fact that off camera, they're 3 wide in the background there. Here, though, I thought Kanthan was going to go down the inside there on Turney. thought against it last second. Turney still leads as they go onto the back straight. Eichmann's there in P4. Pavan in P4. Then it is, I think, Botaro who's there in P5 as they go down into that final chicane. And Eichmann's is looking very quick here. Lots of curve there as they go through that final chicane. Now he's going to look to the inside of Vivek Kanthan, gets it done. And Kanthan now going wheel to wheel with Sebastiano Pavan, but holds on to P3.
He does indeed. There's a problem out there for one of the, I think is that one of the Kart Republics.
It's Lewis Francis.
Lewis Francis in the 174. The Australian is going to be out of contention in this one. Look at Ian Eichmann's. Ian Eichmann's has woken up this morning and is taking it to the rest of the field. One of the most experienced drivers, of course, in this category. Is all over the back of Joe Turney right now. There's a fight going on for third place. Pavan through past Kanthan for that position, and through as well comes Davide Botaro. Very strong round this circuit, of course. All of his points from last year's championship came here in Valencia. This is a properly good scrap now. The point situation in the intermediate classification, never mind that right now, because here goes Eichmann's down the inside, takes the lead of the race. Big move by the Belgian. Virilart to the front.
That will certainly help Eichmann's out in the IC. He'll gain a few more points. I don't think even leading this race, it would help him beat Lewis Werrell, is in P4 in the IC. I think it would stay P5, but certainly would help him out. Wheel to wheel here as Pavan finds a way down the inside. Oh, that is a very close one there. How on earth did they not make contact there? Botaro just managing to hold on to that position now as Kanthan files in behind it. How close did you want to get through there?
That was millimetres from disaster. You don't see many moves through the initial part of turn 8, and that is why it's a wide entry, but really tightens with where the apex is for that one. Joe Turney, has he got a response here? Very good through the chicane. He checks over the shoulder and goes, no. Yes, he does go for a move down the inside on Eichmann's. Has he run too much speed? No. Brilliant move by Joe Turney. Retakes the lead.
This brings Pavan straight back into it. We've got a fight on our hands here. Joe Turney wants to make sure he secures that front row start, or actually he might benefit from being P3 here on that inside row. We just don't know. It's a mental game here.
It's the mental game, but it's also got, is there some problem for Vivek Kanthan? He's going back. All of a sudden, he's just offline there, behind Finn McLaughlin now in the VDK. I think Jindrik Peschel's gone through as well. One of the CRGs, I think, is that Guillaume Bouzard having difficulty? Oh, lots of difficulties for Bouzard. And Kanthan's off as well through turn 14. And that's going to be Kanthan out of the race and possibly others as well.
Well, that's huge damage to Vivek Kanthan's front end there. The track rod's broken. McLaughlin's off the track as well. He's out of this final. Oh, what on earth happened there?
I think Bouzard was a little bit slower off the corner, rode up onto the top of McLaughlin. Those drivers will still make the final, but they're going to be a bit further down the grid now. New fastest lap of the race for Markus Šilkunas, another one of the revelations here this weekend. Really good weekend for the Lithuanian. Back at the front of the order, though, it's still Turney, Eichmann's, Pavan, Botaro, and Šilkunas, as mentioned, with that good pace. The top 5 have broken away. It's between these drivers for the winners there. Well, that's good to see. Kanthan and McLaughlin walking back to the marshal post. Absolutely fine. We'll see them later in the final, but that's not the result that they would have wanted.
No, not at all. Well, race continues then, and, well, this is the battle for first place. There's 5 karts in it. Turney, Eichmann's, Pavan, Botaro, Šilkunas, all in that one. And there you can see communication between Botaro and Šilkunas there, saying, right, let's not fight. Let's think about this methodically. We could possibly get past all 3 of these if we really work together here.
The questioning about, do you want to start P2, do you want to start P3? Again, it's that championship. Here's a replay. So let's have a look here. This is on board with Kanthan. The Flames helmet of Bouzard on the left-hand side. So actually, no, Bouzard's going to ride up on top of Peschel there, fully off the ground. McLaughlin nowhere to go. Kanthan nowhere to go. And there's the damage on the Paralin. Not good news at all. Yeah. Did Peschel continue as well, or is Peschel out of this? Well, yes, he is. So Peschel did not continue either, and an investigation flag now for Guillaume Bouzard in all of that. Just to come back to the question about, do you want to start second, do you want to start third? I think, again, you take in Joe Turney's situation and you're looking at the fuller picture for the season, another driver going for the European Championship, it's 3 extra points in the championship, even if you start in second place. I think with the history that Joe Turney's had in this championship, he'll want those extra points right now.
Yeah, I think so as well. So, well, there you go. Let's see what happens as we're on lap 7 of 15 at the moment in the second of the superheats. This is the last race before the lunch break, and of course the 2 finals that we will see. 72 drivers will be whittled down to just 36 apiece in both the senior and the junior category. And right now it is Turney who leads the way from Eichmann and Sebastiana Pavan, who's there in 3rd place. The gap, though, is increasing between Eichmann and Pavan as they make their way into the final chicane. Once more, a big use of those curbs.
Absolutely. So the fuller runners, there's a warning flag for Thomas Kinsey out there. Top 10 in the intermediate classification looks like this. Gomez, 319. Turney, 316. Good gap back to Pavan on 283. This is when it then gets close. Werrell on 272. Eichmann and Iglesias both on 252. Bataro on 242. So Bataro, I think, is the driver with most to gain here. If he can get, you know, 1 position, 2 positions more and swap back, it's also, he gains points, his rivals lose points. He could, in effect, jump a row for the final and get some more championship points to boot. Still a long way to go in this one. 7 more laps after this. Joe Turney checking over the shoulder. Probably in an element of race management mode right now. Comfortable in the lead. He's done this several times so far this weekend. Just checking over the shoulder there to see where Eichmann is. I'll tell you who else they need to worry about. Has just crept up onto the back of this group. Thibaut Ramekers. He's had a quiet weekend by his standard, Ramekers, but he's just the kind of driver who can come through here. Won here in the OK Juniors 12 months ago. Who could strike on a Sunday, and he's right there now. It's a group of 6 fighting for the lead.
Certainly is. Timo Ramekers doesn't sit anywhere within the top 10 in the intermediate classification, so again, he would be an outsider going into that final, but like you say, anything can happen in the final. It's a long, long race, that final, and yeah, really curious to see how all of the drivers do in it, but right now, eyes will be fully focused on these top runners right here. Turney looking like he's in control of this one, but can he maintain this momentum? Eichmann, who's closing back in as well, is the only driver who's really put it to him in this race so far, but Turney still controlling it, and Eichmann is not dropping back right now. Pavan still under pressure from Shilkunas, Botaro, and Ramekers still there in P6.
And Ramekers the fastest of this group. All the top 5 are in somewhere between a 54.6 or a 54.8. Ramekers, well, he probably won't be setting that pace now because he's just biding his time at the back, but has done a 54.4, 2 54.4s the last two tours of the circuit. 6 laps to go, including the one that we are on. There is the gap on your screen, 1.3 seconds. Ramekers has made his first move, has dispatched of the first of the CRG, so that's Bataro down a spot. That's going to mean that Bataro loses points as well. Marcus Shilkunas actually is in a very similar situation, intermediate classification-wise, to his teammates. So, yes, you know, they like to work as teammates, but at the end of the day, it's a drivers' championship. They want to be individually as high up the order as possible. If Shilkunas can find a way past Pavan, yeah, he could overtake his teammate into 7th place in those points right now, but the danger man is Ramekers. He's absolutely on a charge, and there he goes. Down the inside of Shilkunas, is up to 4th place.
I thought Shilkunas was going to go on the move for Pavan in towards turn 1. Pavan was made a slight mistake, took too much curb through that final chicane on the previous lap. I thought he was going to go for the attack, but now he's going to go for the attack here on Ramekers. Not got the waft out the corner, stays behind. So now the 2 CRGs are back to square 1 again at the back of this train. So they were trying to work together earlier on. They had plenty of time to see if they could do it. Unfortunately, the 2 of them just haven't got the momentum at this stage of the weekend. Ramekers, though, does, as he now starts to close in for a potential top 3 finish.
That does indeed. 4 laps to go. Joe Turney looking calm, looking comfortable at the moment at the front of the field, leading by 1/4 of a second. Eichmann still there in 2nd, Pavan 3rd. But what is Ramakas doing? He's still there in 4th place, trying to close up to the Tony Kart. Who else has made good progress? Oh, Maris Barryberg, up 13 spots in this race, is now sat in 12th place. That's giving the Norwegian half a chance of qualifying through into the top 36, I think. Started this race P25. Also good moves for Joseph Smith, up 15 as well. Andy Consani, I don't think it's going to be enough to make the top 36, but you've got to give it to the Frenchman, up 18 spots in this one.
Look at this one, Ramakas all over that rear bumper now. Sebastiano Pavan as they go back on the start-finish straight, down in towards turn number 1, check over the shoulder. That's a sign then, Ramakas thinking, right, I'm going to possibly go for a move on this lap, but where is he going to do it? That's the main question. He's going to do it right here in towards turn 3, straight down the inside, wasted no time there whatsoever, and I think he caught Sebastiano Pavan there by surprise. It was straight down the inside, no time wasted, and now he's going to try and hunt down Eichmanns, and Eichmanns has closed right in as well on Turney. Everything's starting to unfold now.
Yeah, 3 laps to go, including the one that we're on. Here comes Shilkunas down the inside of Pavan. Beautiful move by Shilkunas on the brakes. Great braking performance. Many drivers have slid up or run wide towards the gravel through that kind of move, but Shilkunas got that absolutely spot on. Joe Turney's responded to the pace of Eichmanns with a good sector number 2. Round the chicane for the final time on lap 13. 2 more to go here. Still quarter of a second. Turney just holding Eichmanns at an arm's length in terms of karting, not giving the Belgian any opportunity to make a move down the inside.
No, not at all. Let's see what happens, though, as the race still unfolds. We've got a couple of laps left in this one, and Eichmanns is looking very, very strong here now in this second half of the lap. Back through onto the infield straight they go. Look how much tighter on the exit there Eichmanns is. He's looking so, so strong. Not going to go for a move down the inside here. Again, just waiting for that prime opportunity to attack on Turney. He knows that Turney's quick to retaliate as well. He knows that Turney will instantly fight back if he possibly can. But they do have to be careful as well, because look at that. Ramakas.
Flying.
He's flying. Look, did you see how much he had covered that radiator there? He's running at full temperature here. He's got that engine at full power right now, getting as much as he can into it. And look how cold the engine's running on Eichmanns. He's got full radiator showing. So again, Ramakas really putting in that power as we go on to the final lap now.
Final lap. Joe Turney has led this one from pole position. He's done everything right so far. This result, as long as he gets in the top 3, he's going to be on the front row for the final. The question is, can he keep Eichmanns behind? Can he keep Teibo Ramakas behind? I think he's just trying to get himself as high up the order in the final intermediate classification as possible. He's still sat outside the top 10 on the live points. There goes another opportunity for Eichmanns to make the move past Turney. Onto the back straights once again. All 3 of them check over their shoulders. Are they going to call a truce on this one? Turney defends to the inside. Just needs to thread it through the chicane. Ramakas is still there as well. Joe Turney's going to win this. He's going to hold on and takes it by 0.068 ahead of Eichmanns and Ramakas. Really good race there to wrap things up for the superheats. Joe Turney, good haul of points in the IC and also the championship. The winner here last year, the winner of round 1, 2 years on the spin, takes race victory and 22 championship points to add to his tally from yesterday as well. Eichmanns, with that result, moves up to P5. In fact, let's just go through that live FIC. Should stress this is provisional. Gomez first, 319 points from a possible 325. Turney P2 on 316. Lewis Werrell, third, will be on the inside of row number 2 for the final on 272. 1 point in that intermediate classification ahead of Pavan. Eichmanns in 5th. A tiebreaker there with Iglesias, Bataro, Shilkunas, Kavalkin and Mugato are all in the top 10 as well. The run from Bataro down to Mugato covered by 2 points. That's how close it's been this weekend in OK. There is your provisional results for Superheat B. Joe Turney takes his 5th race win of the weekend so far. And that was the tightest yet for the Briton. In Eichmanns P2, Teibo Ramakas 3rd, Marcus Shilkunas fights through to 4th place. Sebastiano Pavan also in the top 5. Davide Bataro 6th. Stepan Antonov, Mies Huben, David Kosma
And great drive as well from Salim Hanno, up 10 spots to get into the top 10. In the midfield, Dubnitsky up 6, Maris Barryberg may well have raced through to the final with that 12th place in Superheat B. Jakub Kamenik, also good drive there, up 6 spots to 13th. The top 15 was completed by Leon Brunner. And again, slightly off colour, Alexander Bondarev has had a tough weekend so far, but should make it through to the final with that result. Biggest mover in that race was Andy Cassani, up 20 spots to 16th. 17th was Joseph Smith ahead of Busso Panetta and Real Arts. That was your top 20. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that last superheat here in Valencia. Another great start from Turney. Canthan down the inside as well, taking P2. And Eichmann's followed through as well. So it's first, third and fifth on the grid, becoming first, second and third by the time the field got to the pinch point of turn number 3. Here's the onboard view from Vivek Canthan of that start. Have a little look at Joe Turney's inside for trying to go for the lead on the first lap, but decided against it. Great race for Marcus Shilkunas and Davide Bataro once again, scrapping up there. Finn McLaughlin on the outside, having the fight. There was the first sign of Thibaut Ramekers coming through the order. Started this race on the 4th row of the grid. You'd see more of him later on. Ian Eichmans wants to make a statement in this race and very much did so. That was the move on Canthan to take second place. He then went on the attack for the race leader down the inside on Joe Turney at the start of lap number 3. There would be more action with the 1-2-1 moving back through the order. Davide Bataro keeping himself in there, another top 10 for him. Turney would then respond on Eichmann's start of lap number 4, had a bit of a think about it and decided, yes, that was the time to go down the inside. This is what happened to Vivek Canthan, lost a number of positions there, went Peschel and Ramekers and McLaughlin as well. Real struggle at this point, and then it got even worse. Guillaume Boussard making contact with Jindrik Peschel and taking himself, Peschel, McLaughlin and Canthan out on the spot on lap 4. All of them will be in the final, but we'll have a lot more work to do. Ramekers then went on the attack. That was the first real proper sign of him going past the first of the CRGs. And he just picked them off one by one past Pavan. Then Pavan would fall to Shilkunas, who got back through and into 4th place. Ramekers would also get through and into 3rd place. Top 3 looked like they might battle for it, but in the end held position. Turney ahead of Eichmann's, Ramekers. All 3 of those drivers will feature in the final later on this afternoon, which is due to go off at 2:25 local time here in Valencia. For now, though, as the track goes quiet ahead of the lunch break, let's head down to Parc Ferme and down to Anthony Jordan, who's got our race winner.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Yes, here with Joe Turney. Joe, fabulous weekend for you here, the first round of the FIA Karting European Championship. Qualifying heats were good, 3rd place, wins all the way throughout, and a win now in the super heats. Some great results for you.
Yeah, for sure. I think looking back, I think I should have probably tried a bit harder to win the first heat, but yeah, that's gone now. So starting second for the final, it should be good.
Final's going to be a tough one. You've got Gomez starting alongside. Obviously, a bit of history between you two at the end of last year, but focusing now on 2024, do you think that the final is going to be a challenge? Do you think it's going to be just a tough haul all the way throughout?
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be hard for everyone. No one's really done a race distance yet on new tyres, so it's going to be a bit of a guessing game, but I'm sure we'll be okay.
I say that's going to be the ultimate question, isn't it? Because this 2 weeks ago, we couldn't really test this theory. It was wet for the final. So, yeah, you've got a long old race on a brand new set. Let's talk about that strategy. Of course, the outside row, you've had the joy of starting on the inside. How's it going to feel from there?
I think okay. I've had plenty of outside starts here, and they've all been okay. So, yeah, seconds, I think it's okay. We're on the clean side, so we'll see what happens.
Lunch break now. You've got time to relax, get everything ready. Anything you want to change with the kart setup-wise, or is everything feeling good with the team at the moment? Yeah,
well, good. I think we haven't, apart from the first heat, we've won every race, so definitely it's not bad at all. So I think 4 new tyres for the final and see how it is.
Exactly that. Well, congratulations. Well done. Front row lockout, and we'll see what we can do in that final. Joe Turney, well done.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff. Well, that is the end of the super heats and the qualifying heats. It is the finals left to go. Andrew, what can we expect? What time do those finals kick off?
What can we expect indeed? Well, we'll find out from around 1 o'clock local time. We'll have the full presentation of the drivers, the pre-grid on the track, the ceremonies ahead of this first final of the year for the FIA Karting European Championship. Race starts, roll-off for the formation lap is at 1:20 local time. We'll have the podium for that first final in OK Junior immediately after at 13:45 local time. We'll then move into the senior category. The OK final goes off from 14:25. We'll again have 20 minutes before the presentation of the drivers from the FIA here this weekend. The pre-grid on the track, we'll have all of that here on the programme. And once we've got that final, which kicks off at 14:25, complete, we'll have the OK podium to finish off proceedings here in Valencia just before 3 o'clock. That's all happening in around an hour and a half's time. As I say, we'll be back ahead of the presentation of the drivers on the grid at 1 o'clock local time for just over an hour before we're back on the air. My name's been Andrew Mather, he's been Anthony Jordan. Thank you very much for joining us here this morning. It's been a fantastic morning in the Superheats here in Valencia. We'll see you in just over an hour for the finals here for the first round of the FIA Karting European Championship.
Nestled along the sun-kissed shores of the Mediterranean, Valencia is a town that shares many cultures. Now that the Las Fallas Festival is over, spring is finally here, and so is the racing. Welcome to Valencia, where spring breathes new life into the vibrant streets of this coastal Spanish city. Just 30 minutes from the city lies the Kartódromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero, the track that is hosting the first round of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championship, opening in the year of 2014, the lap record being set 2 weeks ago in the pre-round by Zach Drummond in qualifying with a 52.991. That time has not yet been beaten so far this weekend. The track itself, an absolutely superb venue, a very long track indeed, 210 metres down the main straight, it's 135 metres down the back straight, track length in total 1,428, 9 metres wide and just 2 metres of elevation, meaning it is a very flat circuit. The turns around the circuit though, there are many, 19 in total turns around the track as well. It is a very, very fast and demanding circuit. There's 11 turns to the right, 8 to the left, and 1 hairpin out there. There are many overtaking opportunities as well, main one being down in towards turn 1, into the pinch point at turn 3 through turn 4, round turn 6 and 7, into 11, 12 and 13, and then into the final chicane through 17, 18 and 19. We have seen overtakes thick and fast throughout the entirety of that one. Top speed these drivers will be reaching as well is a dizzying 132 kilometers an hour. They'll be reaching those speeds down into the braking zone of the final corner and in towards turn number 1. Average speed around 97 kilometers an hour around this fantastic circuit, the Kartódromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero in Valencia. The first race about to get underway, and it is the OK Junior final that is going to kick-start us. So many drivers getting whistled down to just the 36, and in the OK Junior category, certainly the tension has been building all the way throughout the winter break and coming into the first round here at Valencia. So many talented drivers have made their way through into this stage of the weekend. We've had to say goodbye to many, but right now, eyes are going to be fully focused on everything you're about to see out on track in this one. There you can see the trophies lined up ready to go. The drivers' parade will be happening in a very short amount of time, where they will head out onto the carpet there to be presented with their medals as well. But certainly the tension here is starting to build. With everything being ready over the course of today, it's really down to who is going to take that top spot. Nicholas Schaufler, who has dominated over the course of today, is certainly going to be the one to beat in this final. 6th in qualifying. All of his qualifying heats was a win. He also won his super heat earlier on. He will start on side with Dries van Langendonk, who also took a win in his super heat. He has been another dominant force over the course of this weekend as well. Wins all the way throughout, pole as well, but 3rd in one qualifying heat meant that he will only start on the outside row for this one. But right now, Andrew Mather, this is going to be an absolutely electric final.
This is when it suddenly gets very real for the drivers, starting in the age of 12 up to 14, 109 entries at the start of the competition this weekend for OK Junior. Only 36 of them remain at the Kartódromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero. The engines, 125cc displacement, max power of 1300. The total minimum weight is 140 kilograms, 70 of that being the kart without fuel. It is the pinnacle here, OK Junior and the OK class of direct drive karting. Here are your tyres. Big talking points for this discussion. The first FIA weekend for them. It's the Maxxis options here for the OK Juniors. No need for the wet tyres this weekend. They've had 6 tyres throughout the course of the qualifying heats and the super heats, but it's a brand new set. This is where we go into the unknown. There has never been a race on these dry tyres from new. There are your championship standings. 2 hauls of points handed out so far across the course of this weekend. Schaufler leads the championship on 50 points. Van Langendonk is 6 behind. Kostoya there in 3rd on 38. Mins on 32. Letimaki and Arias have scored well also throughout the course of the qualifying heats and then those super heats earlier on today.
Certainly so. It's been a very dramatic opening round to the FIA Karting European Championship, and certainly for a lot of our drivers as they get themselves lined up ready to go for this one, the tension is starting to build. There you can see our judge of fact, Ross Upton, just going through to make sure the grid is all set, ready to go for this one. The drivers not yet out onto the track as we wait to see what happens in this one. But certainly, Andrew, all the way throughout this weekend, the results have been thick and fast. We've had so many winners throughout it, haven't we? There's been some really big movers.
Yeah, the conditions we've had this weekend in Valencia have meant for some very close and competitive racing, ably assisted, of course, by our fantastic team of volunteer marshals here at the circuit. None of what you're seeing here this weekend would be possible without them. But this is the moment then. We've just passed 1 o'clock here in Valencia for the first final of the year in the FIA Karting European Championship.
Well, there you can see the marshals lined up there on the track. There will be a minute silence before this race gets underway. Before that, though, the drivers will be making their way out onto the track to see their medal ceremony after that minute silence. But again, Nicolas Schaufler have been a dominant force on this one as well. Dries Van Langendonk as well. These two now finally going to go to battle head-to-head at the front row of this grid. It's a tough one to point on paper. You just don't know who is going to come out on top between those two.
Particularly with the different format that you get in a final. You know, we've talked about the new tyres already, which is a journey into the unknown, but it's a much longer race, of course. They did race against one another yesterday towards the end of the qualifying heats. Schaufler was on top in that one, but as we say, that was a 9-lap race. The juniors are going to do double that across the course of this final. Mechanics returning to the karts. The driver's presentation will be in a few moments' time where they'll come forward, receive their medals from our dignitaries here in Spain. But it's always a point that which we really enjoy as commentators, don't we, Anthony? Because you can feel that nervous energy in the air. Because of the format, only 4 rounds in the European Championship. It's a big weighting of points upon this very race. It is the start of the season, but this could be the race that decides ultimately with the points and how they'll work out at the end of the year who could be European champion. Yeah, that is the ultimate question. Drivers now making their way out onto the track. There you can see your front couple of rows there. Nicolas Schaufler, Christian Kostoya, Sebastian Letimaki going through Boris Eliza, Noah Baglin, Ekbar Teneze on that odd side of the grid. They start from that inside row. Van Langendonk, Sebastian Mins, Bosco Arias, Roman Kamiab, Jack Iliff, Dean Hugendorn starting on the even side of the grid. They will have the outside row going into this one. But certainly for all of our juniors, it's going to be a tense final on this one. Like you say, their longest race that they'll have had to do today. And compared to what they did 2 weeks ago, this is unfamiliar territory that we're in now. It's a dry final, brand new slick tyres for the longest race that they're going to have. This is going to be the ultimate test for our drivers now. The odd side of the grid on the grid already. The even side now coming out onto the track now and being led by Dries Van Langendonk. Sebastian Min starting as well, just behind him 4th on that one. Bosco Arias just behind from Roman Kamiab, Jack Iliff, Dean Hugendorn in that list as well from Thomas Pereira, Daniel Kelleher, Eli Christian as well, all in that order. You can see them all starting to file onto the grid. There was Alfie Slater just going through, Arjun Kraling, Alex Malota, Bogdan Kozma as well, Kinmark, and the rest of the grid as well, all fitting in to that order there. But again, before we get the race underway, we have to take a moment now to remember our marshals. Without the marshals, we couldn't go racing, and the marshalling community is a very strong and close community. And unfortunately, just on Friday this week, we did lose one of our marshals, the local marshals here from the track, Jose Manuel Domingo, unfortunately passing away on the 21st of March. We will now take a minute silence in his memory.
Jose Manuel Domingo will be missed. And again, a huge round of applause. It is a never nice feeling to lose one of the racing family. And here, everyone at Valencia wishing their condolences. Well, now we turn our attention to the medals ceremony. And of course, this is one of the most exciting parts, I think, for the drivers. Getting through on this one, giving out for the junior final. We have Manuel Avignon and John Ryan to present the medals. Manuel Avignon, the FIA Vice President and Spanish Association President, as well as John Ryan, the CIK-FIA Vice President, to hand out the medals to our drivers. There you can see the medals going on the inside row there to Sebastian Letamaki and Boris Lysen getting those medals. Again, really tense time for all of our drivers in this area right now because the tension really builds. The medals are going on. You've done well. You've reached the final, and that in itself is an achievement.
Absolutely. You know, it's such a competitive grid here this year in the European Championships, and a lot of last year's OK Juniors have moved up into the OK category, but in their place has come a new crop of young, hard-chasing drivers for those competition spots in the finals. Another aspect this year that we should note on is the change in the points as well. It's a bigger weighting towards this final as well. 50 championship points available to the winner of this one. It's another aspect that I don't think people are quite sure on how that's going to work across the course of the year, but that just adds to the tension, I suppose. John Ryan there on your screens, handing the medals for the finalists through the grid there. You can see him awarding drivers from Great Britain, of course. Very proud to John Ryan to be welcoming the World Championships at the end of the year to Great Britain, which will be in September. I'm going to talk tyres again whilst we've got a few moments to explain to the folks, why are we talking about these tyres so much? Well, we saw in timed qualifying on Friday, the characteristic of these new tyres is that they have a very strong level of peak performance that then drops off after around 3 laps that we saw in qualifying. I think the driver's going to want to elongate that period for as long as possible, but then it's that balance of how hard do you push, how hard do you go quickly in that opening section of the race. It's an answer. It's to a question. We don't know the answer to this question at the moment.
No, you really don't. It is a fine line there. You can see some of our delegates there. You can see CEO James Geidel with CEO of the track itself, Lucas Guerrero, there at the front. As we get ready to go for this final, again, thinking about that, lots of eyes on this one as we get ready to go. As you can see, again, John Ryan, last few words there to the drivers before they get ready for their final. And again, real sense of atmosphere starting to build here on the paddock, the world's media here as well. Eyes watching from all over the world as well. And welcome to everyone who is joining us from around the world as well. Welcome to the FIA Karting European Championship. It is the first round here at Valencia as we get ready to go, and it is going to be Nicolas Schauffele and Dries van Langendonk on the front of this one. Really looking forward to seeing what is going to be happening between now and then. But between now and then, we have got probably one of the loudest parts of today. We're probably going to have to be quiet during this part as well because obviously with everyone known, it is the start of spring, and with that is the Las Fallas and La Crema festivals in Valencia. We've got a little bit of that ourselves here with the Mascaleta festival going away. You can see there just on the back straight, them all lined up there. It's the noisiest thing you'll have ever seen. It actually produces quite a bit of smoke. So we're going to take a break now while we go through this. Well, there you go. How about that? As noisy as it gets. Great to see it, though. Big, big round of applause there again. Spring is finally here as we get ready to go racing. But before, again, we go into racing, there's just a few more things to go. Of course, we're here racing in Spain. We couldn't go racing as well without hearing that national anthem as well. So as the drivers get up lined, ready to go, we pray silence to the national anthem of Spain. It's finals time here at Valencia, and it's time to go racing. Okay, junior final is coming up next as the drivers will make their way to their karts very, very shortly. A reminder, it is Nicolas Schaeffler and Dries van Langendonk who are starting this one on the front row of the grid. Both the drivers been absolutely on form all the way throughout this. Schaeffler and Van Langendonk both winning their superheats earlier on, both of them taking multiple wins throughout the qualifying heats as well, but it was Schaeffler who just pipped him to the top on this one. Costoya and Sebastian Min starting on the second row of the grid as well. Costoya not having the superheat he would have wanted, but still, after some good qualifying heats, he's managing to start on the second row of the grid with Sebastian Mins alongside.
Yeah, in a way, if you want to have a bad race, it's good to get it out of the way before you get to the final. But Christian Costoya will fight back. We've seen that many times before. Of course, the driver who finished second in the World Championship in OKJ previously. There is the front of the grid. Schaeffler versus Van Langendonk, looking to both take their first victory at this level. Arguably the favourites, you know, they've got a lot of experience from last year, of course. They were point scorers throughout the course of 2023 in OK Junior. But again, this is where we're again going into the unknown. They haven't been in this position before, Anthony, on the front row of the grid for a final in the European Championships.
Certainly so. There is Nicolas Schaeffler for DPK Racing, the Austrian mouse, as he's dubbed by many. But as he gets ready to go for this one, really the favourite going into this. He's got the inside line. He's won everything right now. The only Achilles heel he's had over the course of this weekend is that overall he qualified 6th.
Yeah, and I just wonder as well whether that'll be on his mind as we go into the first time we've seen since that time qualifying this setup in terms of new tyres and getting them back up to temperature. I'm sure they'll have done a lot of work across the course of the practices and the warm-ups, which whilst not competitive are still very important parts of the competition as to how they're going to get this race started. Marshall's on their way to their posts ahead of this first final of the season. 25 kilometres in length. There is Dries van Langendonk. Has been on superb form this weekend and in preparation for this first round of the European Championship. Forza Racing have done a tremendous job with Dries van Langendonk's machinery, as with other drivers. We'll see that across the course of this afternoon. Clearly pumped up and ready to go. I think he's going to have a lot of confidence going into this one, and hopefully can have a good race. Yep,
certainly so as well. But he's got some fierce competition who's going to be starting just behind him as well in the form of Spain's Christian Costoya, the highest Spanish-ranked driver on the grid at their home race in this season. Christian Costoya in the 202 qualified a little further down the order over the course of this weekend. Well, only second. I mean, it was still a good time, but just off the pace. His results are good, though, in the qualifying heats. 3 wins, 2 second places. but his superheat didn't go fully well. 11th in that one. It was a big shame, that.
But the key thing here, he's on the inside this time. He was the outside for the superheat, and it's something that can happen here at Valencia, that you get hung out to drive through that very long turn one. What we've seen before would lead us to suggest he's actually in a very good spot there, P3 on the grid. We see a lot of times whoever starts third ends up at least second by the time we get out of turn 1 and 2. And on times we've seen him take the lead as well by the time we get to the first braking zone of turn 3.
Yeah, there's Sebastian Mins on your screen, third in his superheat earlier on, and as well in his qualifying heats, very, very consistent as well. His first race didn't go fully his way, came away with a penalty in his first race, finished P11, but then it was second places and third places all the way throughout the rest of the weekend. So a really good show despite that first race result. Qualified 11th as well, so again, had some work to do in those qualifying heats, but certainly made it work. And starting on the outside of row 2 for the final is a great achievement.
It's been very impressive from Mins this week. I think he's properly got his head down and focused on getting those results. And yeah, he's got some good race pace as well. As is this young driver, Sebastian Letimaki, qualified for 2 finals last year in the 4 rounds. The fact that he's gone straight into this one and qualified P5 is a very big boost for the Finnish driver, and has been at the front, has taken race wins so far this weekend as well. He's definitely going to be one to watch. Again, P5, that's a good spot to start from here in Valencia.
Certainly is, but then the other Spaniard as well, Bosco Arias, starting on the 3rd row in P6. Second place he finished in the superheat earlier on, and Bosco Arias has certainly been a driver that we need to keep an eye on. Qualified 13th on Friday, but then has consistently been in the top 5. He had some really good results, his best result being a P2. So still waiting for that one. No, he did have a race win, I believe he did over the course of some of them. But certainly he's still waiting to see what he can do in this final, because my money's going to be on Bosco Arias, I think, in this one. He's shown some really good performance. I'm curious to see what he can do from the 3rd row.
And particularly when the tyres are fresh. That's when he's had his first win earlier on in the weekend. So yeah, that could be a shrewd bet for Arias. Here is Boris Lysen. I'm very interested, Anthony, to see how the Polish driver starts. That has been his forte so far this weekend. He's typically been a driver who's gained 3-4 positions, again, on the inside. That's a good spot to be in. The question, though, is can he elongate that pace through the course of the race across these 25 kilometres?
Yeah, that is the ultimate question, isn't it? Roman Kamiab will be starting alongside 4th in the qualifying heat earlier on today. Roman Kamiab has been in a tricky spot through some of these races. Qualified 16th, 10th in the first one, but he had to wait until his final race of the weekend before he saw his first qualifying heat win. Can he replicate that again in this final?
It's definitely possible from that position on the grid. Another driver who's shown a bit more race pace than the outright pace in qualifying. I think he's another driver getting through that first phase on the tyres and getting into the stable condition of it is going to be important. There is a man with a very important job here in Valencia, Pasquale Lupoli, our race director. He will be in charge of starting this race. He'll be looking for that equality from across the front row, and we're not too far away from the drivers being instructed to get going. We're about, less than a minute away here at the circuit. It is the final, the first final of the year for the FIA Karting European Championship, the OK Junior final, 18 laps to decide it here at the Kartódromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero.
It's about to get underway. 25.5 kilometres, the longest race these drivers will be doing over the course of this weekend, and it's the final race for them of this weekend. 18 laps in total about to get underway. It is due to start at 20 past, which is bang on time to what we are now as the whistle blows and the engines fire up. We go on board with Thomas Perdier, a new innovation for 2024. The team at RGMC doing a brilliant job to bring you these live pictures, and right now you can get to see what it's like to be on board one of these karts going around this track at dizzyingly high speeds. Let's take you through the starting lineup then for the final of 2024. It is Nicholas Schaufler and Dries van Langendonk on row number 1, Christian Costoy and Sebastian Mins on row 2. Sebastian Letimaki and Bosco Arias go from row 3, from Boris Lysen and Roman Kamiab on row 4. Noah Baglin and the American Jack Iliff round out the top 10 on row 5. Jacopo Martinez and Dean Hugendorn on row 6. Filippo Sala and Thomas Perdier, who we're on board with, start from row 7. Kenzo Craigie and Daniel Kelleher on row 8. James Anagnostiidis and Christian Illy go from row number 9.
Henry Domain and Alfie Slater start on an all-British row 10. Jensen Burnett has been impressive this week. Starts the final from row 11 alongside Arjen Kraling. Rocco Coronel has had very good preparations for this round. Starts on row number 12 for the final. See him coming through the field. Starts alongside Alex Malota. Scott Lindblom similarly has been coming through the field a lot through the heats this week. Starts on row 13, is joined by Bogdan Kozma Christopher. Devin Waltz and Oliver Kinmark start on the 14th row of the grid. Oliver Rasmussen and Vladimir Ivanikov complete the top 30 on row 15. Gian-Matteo Rousseau and Iskender Solfikari go from row 16. Klara Kovalchik starts on row 17, is alongside Ethan Lennon. Efim Duranov and Matvey Durganov start on row 18 in a 36-kart field, 23 nations represented in it, just showing once again the breadth of talent here this weekend at Valencia. It is the OKJ final, 50 points available to the winner for the championship. For Schaufler and Van Langendonk, they've done a good amount of the hard work so far to hold these front row positions, but their nerves must be jangling right now. There is race control in the inset camera. Chris Lambrecht, our head of race control in the centre, flanked by Joanna Falcao on the left of Lambrecht, and on the right, David Manchester. Their eyes will be on all of the screens, all of the cameras around this circuit as part of the officiating for this race. A very important one for all the drivers, coming round through turn 15 and then 16 before the braking zone of the final chicane. A lot of rubber has been laid down there in the hardest braking zone of the circuit. You can see it there as the drivers go past Gonzalo Planta. Are we ready for the final then? The drivers will go into the tram lines. It'll be over to race director Pasquale Lupoli to call whether this is a start for this race.
It's
and
not.
We're going to go round again.
It is a false start, so final not getting underway just yet. So again, nurse kicking in gives these drivers a little bit more time to scrub in those brand new tyres. Again, fresh, brand new tyres can be quite slippery right at the start, so you do need a lap or two to get them in the right spot. So one more lap to go for these drivers. Again, we're in unfamiliar territory with the Maxxis tyres. These are going to be the first time that they've done a full distance final from brand new tyres. It's really going to be a case of strategy between these drivers. We do try to talk to the drivers in between the races and find out, you know, what's going to be the plan here. Are you going to push early doors? Are you going to maintain them a little bit in the start, maybe deploy them later on? There you can see on the broadcast the rain radar, not to worry. There is clouds in the sky, but nothing forecasted for us today, which I think we're very thankful for.
Absolutely. Good stable conditions here on Sunday. Air temperature up from 17 degrees Celsius. The track dry and rubbered in as it has been across the course of the weekend. On board once again with Thomas Pradier. Pradier starting in 14th. Again on the outside, that could be an opportunity for Pradier if there's a bit of a collection through the first couple of corners, but I think surviving on the first couple of laps, making sure you get through turns 3 and 4 is a priority, especially for those in the mid-pack.
Certainly so. Well, here we go then. It's take 2 at the start of this one. Again, not quite formed up in the back. The front is good, though, as we head into the tram lines. Are we going the second time around? Yes, we are. Lights go green. It's finals time here at Valencia. Down in towards turn 1. The inside row works super well. Schaufler, Costori and Letamaki, 1, 2, 3. The rest of the field slot through the way through turn number 1. The Constantino effect kicks in as they dive in towards turn number 3 for the first time. There's cuts going off in the background, but it's all good at the front here. Great getaway for Schaufler.
One kart going across the runoff through turn 4. One of the Ricky Flynn Motorsports entries also collected the tyres, but was able to push through and keep going into turn number 11 for the first time in this one. I think it's Devin Waltz who may have had a problem in the 238, hasn't registered through the first sector on timing and scoring. But for Schaufler at the front of the order, it's taking a tighter line now on these fresh tyres onto the back straight for the first time. in through turn 15 and 16. There's Boris Leisen in the 2.72, has held position. Let's count them through at the end of the first lap. It's Schaufler, Kostoya up to second place, Letimaki third, Dries van Langendonk has dropped to fourth place. There's a real battle going on for fifth place between Leisen and Mins there. There's no change of position. Arias, Backlund, Martinez and Eilif, that's your top 10 at the end of the first lap.
Everyone in the same conditions here, everyone on a brand new set of tyres. This is really going to be a testament now to who has got the better racing line, the better strategy over the course of this weekend. At the moment, it's looking like it's going in the way of Schaufler as he's starting to break away here. As down the inside, it's Sebastian Letimaki. Down the inside, in towards P2, gets past the Spaniard of Kostoya, who's now down into P3 and having to contend with Dries van Langendonk.
Big moment this for Niklas Schaufler. There's a bit of a gap between himself and the Finn behind. If he can push away, he could develop a gap. Letimaki's defending to the inside through the final chicane. They're all stacking up now, and Schaufler's getting away. Schaufler is breaking off here from the front of the field. He's got nearly a second in the lead. Arias is down the inside of Mins there, trying to fight his way through. This is a very good moment for the Austrian.
Yeah, this is going to be a disaster for the rest of the field here, with Letimaki just holding back everyone. Van Langendonk all over the curb. We were talking this morning, someone's going to lose a chain on that curb at some point. It's very lucky it wasn't him just then. There you can see him going through the 201, the world champion last year in the FIA Karting. Can he make that a European Championship in 2024 as they go down in towards turn number 11? Right now, it's Schaufler who's leading, and he's leading by over a second now. As look at this battle here, Sebastian Mins having to deal with Backlund, Leisen, Martinez, Sala and Eilif, all in that battle there. There's Filippo Sala trying to get down the inside of Jacopo Martinez. It's not going to happen. Again, down in towards the final chicane. They all look for a gap, and so does Boris Leisen. Down the inside of Noah Backlund as they both go through. Backlund cuts the corner and reholds that position.
This is what a final is all about. The two Pramas fighting there as well. Oh, it's out is Alfie Slater. Out on lap number 4, straight into the paddock. Not the way the Ricky Flynn Motorsport driver would have wanted to end.
No, that's a disaster. Not sure what happened there at all. Get pushed out wide onto the curb. It must have stalled. His final is over. That is a big, big shame. Dean Hugendorn, though, fastest lap of the race, 55.58 second, looking very strong at the moment. Big dive down the inside here. Bosco Arias past Christian Kostoya. The two Spaniards now going wheel to wheel.
Oh, indeed. Schaufler's lead is 1.2 seconds to the nearest 10th. Who's coming up through the field? Scott Lindblom's up 8 spots so far in this final to 17th. Going the other way, Roman Kamyab is down to 15th, but has still got time to fight his way through. Remember, it's the top 15 finishers who score points for the European Championship from this round. Here's Martinez and Leisen side by side into turn 1. There's a replay on the left-hand side. I think this is how we're going to lose Alfie Slater. We went through the chicane there. And then what I wonder is he had a mechanical failure there going over the curb.
Yeah, well, we were talking about a chain possibly coming off after hitting those curves. Did that just happen there to Slater? Big disaster there. Down the inside, this is James Anagnostiidis making moves. He's got Scott Lindblom just for company here. All of them just pushing them way through. Enzo Craigie in the field in there as well, as Kostoya goes wheel to wheel now with Arias as they go through turn 14. Kostoya with the inside line gets back up into P4 and now behind Sebastian Letimaki. Now Van Langendonk is up into third place now. So can Van Langendonk close up in towards Schaufler here? That's the biggest question. Can he do that?
It is indeed. Side by side between Martinez and Kenzo Craig there. Martinez is trying to go the long way around the outside. That's not going to work this time. Loses out to, I think, Jack Eilif in the 204. Yes, he does. Scott Lindblom on the scene as well. Tyres, the performance seems to be holding quite well at the moment as Kostoya goes down the inside of Letimaki and is back up to third place. It's fast performance, though. 55.440 is currently the fastest lap of the race. That's not far off what we saw in qualifying earlier on in the weekend. Fight between the 204 there. It's Mins and Arias going for it. On board now with Thomas Pradier, trying to find a route down the inside of Scott Lindblom. Very tight in there. Jack Eilif's going to lose out and lose 3 positions. This is what a final is all about, especially in the first half. It's just about trying to hold on to position those drivers towards the back wanted to punch their way through because they know there's going to be opportunities in the second half of the race.
Certainly so. The gap for the race lead is down to 1.3 seconds. The timer is coming down. We're only on lap 7 of 18. There is plenty of time to close that gap for the race lead. We'll keep an eye on that one as off the track, it's all gone wrong. The 2:42 is off, and it's James Anagnostiidis. He is out of this race. He's going to try and get it started, and it's no bueno. It is out. He is out of this final, and that's a disaster.
0 points from the final for Anagnostiidis. He did get one European Championship point earlier on in the weekend, but again, another driver whose race finishes early. This is the battle for third place. Mins has got back ahead of Costoya here. Costoya had a very quick first sector, but Mins, through the tight and twisty stuff of sector number 2, is looking pretty strong at the moment. The gap between first and second, stable, stays at 1.2. There's also been a change further back. Salah has got past Baglin for 8th.
Right, now the race is starting to get into its, I think, lull. Now it's formation as drivers try to think, oh no, I'm going to take my words back there as Bosco Arias sends it down the inside of Sebastian Lettmarque. Gets up into P5 now and goes on to his fellow countryman there, Costoya, who is a little further up the road. There is Schaufler. Van Langendonk is only 1.1 seconds behind. The gap is still staying roughly the same right now. They're matching the pace, but it's just slowly creeping down.
And I think the trouble from Van Langendonk here is he can push on these tyres. We've seen it throughout the weekend that the Maxxis compound really rewards a driver, but he's going to have to take a lot of energy out of himself in the kart as we look at a replay here of Martinez and Leisen side by side into turn 1. Wow. Really close there. Bit of contact between the two of them. And Martinez up on the curb. This is another replay. This time it's Craigie versus Martinez into the same portion of the circuit. There you see Martinez trying to go around the outside, gets off the rubbered-in part of track, and that's where he loses out to Jack Eilif.
Certainly does. Well, big moments all the way throughout that field, but still no change within the top 4. Again, Bosco Arias getting past Sebastian Lettmarque on that previous lap, but Schaufler from Van Langendonk, Sebastian Mins from Costoya, Bosco Arias from Lettmarque, Leisen from Sala, Baglin from Kenzo Craigie, the top 10 at the moment. Still very, very close, but the eyes on this battle here, Schaufler and Van Langendonk. What's the gap now when they cross the line? Oh, it's less than a second. It's closing in.
It is, but how much strain is Dries Van Langendonk putting his machinery under the moment? We've seen Nicolas Schaufler be great at this throughout the course of the qualifying heats, almost egging another driver on, going, come on, come chase me down if you dare, and then using his tyre performance to keep himself in the lead at around 2/10. It's going to be hard work for the Belgian to close in and then get past, although he's very quick through sector number 1. He's taken a 10.5 out of Schaufler's lead there. I think actually Dries Van Langendonk's best hope is the driver behind him, because Sebastian Mins is closing into Van Langendonk as well. If second and third could form a train of two engines always better than one, that could be a key factor in the rest of this race.
It certainly could be. We'll keep a very close eye on it as the race progresses, as we keep an eye on this battle here. Sebastian Mins, Christian Costoya and Bosco Arias. Stefan Waltz under investigation, as well as a smattering of other drivers as well. There's a bit of dust getting kicked up there just in the background. And I'm seeing a kart off at turn 1. I'm not sure if that's recent or not, but hopefully still most of our races are in this one. Just thinking now, I mean, Sebastian Mins is in a bit of a, he's in a tricky spot here right now as Arias sends it down the inside of Costoya, and he gets up now into P4. Bosco Arias, I was calling it earlier on, he's on a charge in this.
And he's building into this. The second half of the race as Ethan Lennon is out for Beyond Racing team. And that's a real shame for the South African to end early here in Valencia. I think you're absolutely right. Bosco Arias, in terms of tyre age, to talk tyres again, sorry, this is where he had really good performance in the first set of heats, this number of laps, so he likes these conditions. It's pretty similar to what we had in terms of air temperature and track temperature on Friday, but it's getting closer at the front. Dries Van Langendonk is pushing hard here, and he's got very good pace in the straight line bits, in the high-speed sections. From a racing perspective, that is very good news for Dries Van Langendonk. Teams will have been working on the setup. It's a huge part of the strategy here in karting. 0.3 of a second is now the gap between the two top drivers in OK Junior this weekend.
Certainly so. Right. We're on lap 12 now, and this gap, Schaeffler and Van Langendonk, has closed to just 0.3 of a second. Now, this is an important phase here because, yes, okay, the gap's closing. You may think, wow, Van Langendonk's got him. But remember, Schaeffler, strategy, tyres, is he saving them a little bit for what he wants to do now? Because look how much he's pulling back, how much he's not stressing the tyres through the corners. I think he's saving for a battle here.
If he is, he's got to go now because Dries Van Langendonk will only need one opportunity to dive through and take track position. It's a big part that we haven't talked about yet, simply being in front around here. It's a circuit you can defend around. It's not one where if you're giving a slipstream to everybody else, you kind of are fighting the inevitable. Has Schaeffler got any more performance here? It's down to less than quarter of a second. Good run through turn 8, 9 and 10 towards turn 11. What are the sector times looking like through sector number 2? We'll find out in a short while. Let's have a quick look at a replay. This is on board with Thomas Pradier into turn 1. This is all getting a little bit close.
Ooh,
that
wow.
is how James Anagnostiidis left the race. That looked to be through turn 1. 3 karts going for one piece of tarmac. Never going to work.
No, indeed. Back with the live action and back with the race lead here as Schaeffler is continuously being pushed under pressure and down the inside, change for the lead. And here comes the Belgian, Dries Van Langendonk, takes the lead of the first final of 2024 in the FIA Karting European Championship in OK Junior. He retakes the lead and now he tries to break away. Crucially though, that was a vital overtake and Schaeffler needs to be careful here. If he decides to retake the lead on this one, he'll have Sebastian Mintz, he'll have Bosco Arias, he'll have Christian Costoya right there in tow, and he does go for the lead. Back down the inside through turn number 11, and now they go wheel to wheel once again. Here comes Sebastian Mintz, here comes Bosco Arias, here comes Christian Costoya. 5 karts battling for the race lead on lap number 14 of 18.
That was right on the limit of adhesion for Schaeffler. On the brakes down the inside,
wow.
comes Dries Van Langendonk, immediately retakes the lead at the next opportunity. Now it properly is a 5 kart scrap. 4 laps to go here in Valencia. Mintz trying to move through from 3rd place. There's a warning flag for the 204 of Jack Eiliff, but this is where the focus is right now. Dries Van Langendonk has got to make that OK Junior kart as wide as possible through turn 6 and 7. He'll defend to the inside. It's a long, long way to the finish still here, Anthony, but Dries Van Langendonk has got a chance.
You cannot put it on any one of these drivers. Here we go. Van Langendonk defensive. Schaeffler to the outside. Watch Sebastian Mintz. They go wheel to wheel. Oh, how on earth did Schaeffler keep that on the track? Here comes Costoya to the inside. He can't get alongside. He stays there in P4. And it is still Van Langendonk who leads the way. This is going to end in tears at some point here. But here comes Sebastian Mintz who points there to Schaeffler to go, go, go. But Schaeffler goes defensive into the final chicane.
Schaeffler wants to keep control of this as being the guy to have a go at Dries Van Langendonk. That's why he defended into turn 1. Mintz is going to go down the inside. Big move from the Briton for Ricky Flynn Motorsport, and it's worked. Costoya goes through as well. Arias is now challenging Schaeffler. It's all gone wrong for the Austrian. 3 laps to go, 2.5 laps to go. This is Dries Van Langendonk's best opportunity now. He's got to go hard and break away from the rest of them. Leave them fighting for 2nd place. Oh, it's down the inside, contact, and Letty spins. And Schaeffler retires both of them out. No points at all for the championship leader. Letty is absolutely furious. That is the risk. Turn 8, it's such a difficult part of the course. Oh, as Lysen's out. Lysen is out of the race as well. 2 laps to go, and now it's all wide open again.
Well, yellow's through the first couple of sectors now. It's all kicked off. It's really down now if Sebastian Mintz can close out here. I mean, the 2 Spaniards are still in this one, Costoya and Arias. There could be a double Spanish podium here if they can both get on it, if they can get past the Brit here of Sebastian Mintz. That is the ultimate question, but time is running out here, and Van Langendonk has got such a lead right now. It is up to 0.6 of a second. But Van Langendonk looks to be in control of this one right now.
He does indeed. He's got the pace through sector number 2 onto the infield straights once again on lap 17. Mintz doing everything he can. He's got to keep it calm though. He doesn't want to be too rash and lose this podium at this stage of the race. Round onto the back straight for the penultimate time. I think at the moment, second, third, fourth, they've got to work together if they're going to catch Dries van Langendonk in the time, in the laps, the single lap that remains. Final lap here in Valencia. Is Dries van Langendonk on his way to race victory? Mins defends into turn 1 against Costoya. This is the moment we saw the demise of Schaufler locking together there, and there's the inevitable, the bigger contact. Big damage to the rear right of Lehtimäki, but with the proximity of the two drivers, that was always going to be inevitable in turn 8.
It really was. Right then, which Spaniard's going to be on the podium here, because there's only spots at the moment for one of them here. It's Costoya versus Arias. Costoya goes defensive and Bosco Arias goes to the outside. The two of them fighting for third place, but who's going to get it as they go now wheel to wheel through 14? Oh, they've got to be careful here, and Bosco Arias goes through into third place. Bosco Arias is looking for a podium here, and so is Dries van Langendonk in towards the final corner. The Belgian on fine form here at the start of the 2024 season. It's Dries van Langendonk for Belgium across the line. He takes the win in the first round here at Valencia for the FIA Karting European Championship for OKJ. What a final that was.
Dries van Langendonk, the 2023 OK Junior World champion, starts 2024 in the European Championships a winner. A brilliantly constructed race. He was on the outside, the difficult place of starting P2. It was that chase down of Niklas Schaufler. He was 1.5 seconds back from the Austrian, but he pushed and pushed and pushed, got the lead and never looked back. Mins and Arias on the podium as well. Dries van Langendonk takes the lead of the European Championship, 94 points from his weekend, from a possible 100. That is how you start a title challenge.
That certainly is. Well, all of those results, of course, are provisional. They will make their way back to Parc Fermé. Everything will get checked over, and of course, anything that may come from that race. But certainly for all of our drivers, what a race that was. So here's a look then at the provisional classifications. It is Belgians Dries van Langendonk for Forza Racing who takes the race win. Sebastian Mins from Bosco Arias in third place. Christian Costoya from Filippo Sala, from Noah Baglin, Kenzo Craigie, Daniel Kelleher, Thomas Pradier, Roman Kamiab, Devon Waltz, and Scott Lindblom, top 12. Jacopo Montanese and Arjun Kraling. It was Dean Hugendorn who ran out the top 15.
That's your point scorers then from the final, the top 15. Oliver Rasmussen gained 13 spots, was 0.3 of a second off, making it into the points there, but a tremendous run for the Dane there in the final. Illy Christian 17th, Henry Domain inside a top 20 completed by Bogdan Cosma Christopher and Jensen Burnett. Efren Durinov 21st, Jan-Matteo Rousseau, Jack Eilif, Matvey Durganov and Oliver Kinmark finishing the top 25. Last two of the finishers from that one, Vladimir Ivanikov and Klaro Kowalczyk. Retirements for, crucially, Niklas Schaufler, the championship leader in the early stages before this race, did not see the checkered flag, leaves with no points from the final, as does Sebastian Lehtimäki. Boris Leisen would have hoped for more before that final, but a retirement 3 laps on the end for the Sody Kart driver also. Alex Malota, Rocco Coronel, Ethan Lennon, James Anagnostiadis, Alfie Slater and Iskender Sulfikari all did not take the finish. But for Dries van Langendonk, quite calm given the circumstances, but what a win, possibly one of the best wins of his young career, and I do feel that's a real statement. Lost in that qualifying heat, that 1v1 with Schaufler yesterday. It very much tipped the balance in favour of the Austrian, but it's in these finals where it really matters to take the race wins, especially with the revised points system. As you say, will take the championship lead. It's going through the weighbridge now, as they're being recovered back to the paddock are Boris Leisen and James Anagnostiadis, two drivers who had great chances going into this race. That is not how they would have wanted to finish their first round of the FIA Karting European Championship here in Valencia. Let's have a look then at the highlights from that OK Junior final. Straight away, Anagnostiadis on the grass running towards turn 1. This is always going to be a key part. We saw in the superheats for Costoya, who was losing a lot of positions. That was what Dries van Langendonk wanted to avoid. He did lose some positions, but again, not too many. He kept himself in play. We ride on board with Thomas Pradier. Look at how close it can be on one of these starts here at Kartódromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero. Nearly locking bumpers there with, I think, one of the Ricky Flynn carts following Kenzo Craigie through turn 3 and 4. I think in all consideration, a good turn 3 and 4. It's always the concern here that it gets so tight, so many carts, a full pack of 36. Would they all make it through? And largely they did. It was the lead then for Schaufler early on. Costoya got up into second place. There you see a little bit of the chaos in the back third of the field through turn 3 and 4. But as I say, they all kept running. This was key for Van Langendonk, getting on the attack early. Having lost those positions off the start, he went past Leisen for fourth. Later on the first lap of the race, it was all kicking off behind Sebastian Letimaki holding second place in the early stages. Mins trying to make his way through. Bosco Arias having a good start as well there in the Alonso kart DPK machine. How things could have been different there across the tabletop mountain curb, as it's sometimes called, through turn 4. We have seen mechanical failures be triggered by that, but Dries van Langendonk got away with that one. Alfie Slater did not, taking the run through over the curb in the final chicane, and the power went away there and then. He would take no further part in the race. A disappointing end to the weekend for the Ricky Flynn Motorsport driver. Side by side between Leisen and Martinez at the start of lap number 5. Leisen would also eventually retire from this one. Anagnostiadis was on the attack on lap 5 as well, down the inside of Pradier. Scott Lindblom had another good drive through the field, has worked hard across the course of this weekend. On lap 5, Costoya went down the inside of Bosco Arias. They would continue to fight through the order. Kenzo Craigie has shown promise this weekend. This was him down the inside of Martinez into turn 1, surrounded by Jack Iliff, who nipped through on the exit. Costoya on the move again, that time down the inside of Letimaki. And unfortunately for Letimaki, he lose positions as well to others behind. More shots from on board Thomas Pradier. This time down the inside of Scott Lindblom, getting very close through turn number 14. Wisely just withdrawing from that one. It's Scott Iliff at this moment who lost out as the train came through. That was on lap 6. And more from Iliff. This was a moment for Anagnostiadis, put him out of the race. Simply just too many carts into one portion of the circuit resulted in a retirement for Prema Racing there. Mins on the attack on lap number 8. That was a key move, getting track position ahead of Costoya. This was Kamyab. Roman Kamyab, who had a difficult start, but again, another driver who can be proud of his efforts this weekend, getting past Pradier, also fighting with one of the Kart Republics. Now, this was the key phase. We said that Dries van Langendonk would need one opportunity down the inside. He caught Schaufler after being 1.5 seconds behind. He went down the inside in turn 1. Schaufler responded into turn 3. And it was a question of, could Schaufler hit the pace to drive away? The answer was no. Van Langendonk down the inside later on in the lap to retake the lead ahead of Schaufler. And that, in the end, the history books will show, was the key move for the Belgian in his efforts to win the first round of 2024's FIA Karting European Championship. It was then to see who else could take the podium spots. Schaufler had a fight back. Dries van Langendonk clever with his positioning there through turn 11. That meant he had 3 laps to go to hold out at the front with the others behind. Schaufler, Mins, great move this from Sebastian Mins to the inside through turn 1. Takes second place. This is when it started to go wrong for Schaufler as Costoya came through. Arias would be the next to have a go at the Austrian. And then the really, really bad moments for Schaufler. Contact with Letimaki, damage to both karts, both of them out of the race. No points for the Austrian or the Finn. And there were still 2.5 laps remaining of the OK Junior final here in Valencia. It was down to the 2 Spaniards to see which of them would make it to the podium. Bosco Arias making his way through past Christian Costoya, but no one was going to take victory from Forza Racing and Dries van Langendonk after 18 laps of the Kartódromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero
He takes the first round of the 2024 FIA Karting European Championship. He takes the lead in the championship standings by 18 points. Mins second, Costoya also on 72, Arias to fourth, Schaufler in fifth. Still a decent haul from the weekend, and we'll move on to Val d'Argenton in around a month's time. Baglin, Salah, Kamyab, Letimaki and Craigie also all in the top 10 on those points standings. Well, relative calm falls over the circuit here in Spain. We'll have the podium ceremony shortly for the OK Junior category, where I'll see all the emotion come out for our 3 drivers on the podium and the winning team as well. A really deserved win, I feel, for Forza Racing. Just showing that the satellite teams can take it to the works opposition here in the FIA Karting European Championship, supported by MondoKarts.com. Not done with the racing at all here for this afternoon. After the podium for OK Junior, we'll of course move on to the final for the OK category, the senior category, another 36 drivers with hopes of points and possibly more here in Valencia. It's sure to be a very, very enticing race. And keep it locked here. Thank you for tuning in on your chosen platform, whether it be on YouTube or motorsport.tv. Andrew Mather and Anthony Jordan on commentary duties for you here today. As we say, we'll be every Saturday and Sunday of this season's FIA Karting European Championship. We will be at Val d'Argenton next in France. Beautiful part of the world, just passing into the Loire Valley. Do hope you can join us for that one. Trips to Slovakia and to Sweden as well for the 2024 calendar. In Slovakia, we'll be there in mid-June, and then quite soon after as well, the final round of the championship in the summer at Kristianstad in Sweden. Before, of course, the World Championships as well in the OK Junior and OK categories for this year. That's at PF International in Lincolnshire in the United Kingdom. But now it's time to head to the podium and to Anthony Jordan to overlook and officiate the top 3 receiving their trophies here in Valencia.
Andrew, yes, indeed. The OK Junior final for the first round of the FIA Karting European Championship is over. And let's welcome onto the podium then, in third place, representing DPK Racing and representing Spain. Give it up for Bosco Arias! In second position, representing Ricky Flynn Motorsport and the United Kingdom, it's Sebastian Mins! And your race winner for Forza Racing, representing Belgium, it's Denise van Langendonk. And finally, please welcome onto the podium the team boss for Forza Racing, JB Croxford. We now listen to the national anthem of Belgium. Well, there you have it. What a final it was for OK Junior. We now welcome onto the podium our dignitaries to present the third place trophy. The CEO of the Lucas Guerrero circuit, it's Lucas Guerrero himself, to present the third place trophy to Bosco Arias. To present the second place trophy, please welcome onto the podium John Ryan, the CIK-FIA Vice President. To present the second place trophy to Sebastian Mins. And finally, please welcome onto the podium to present the first place trophy, Manuel Avignon, the FIA Vice President and Spanish Association President as well, to present the first place trophy to Dries van Langendonk. And please welcome onto the podium as well, Mattia Calder, the manager of Mondo Kart, to present the team's trophy to Forza Racing's Jamie Croxford. Drivers, hold those trophies up nice and high in the air. We now bring on the flowers for our drivers as well. Nice big smiles with those trophies high up. Brilliant stuff. We'll ask our dignitaries as well to get in nice and close as we get our top 3 drivers on the top spot for some nice big trophies and smiles as well. So to all top 3 drivers on that top spot, and our dignitaries, please do close in as well for the photos as we get nice and close. So guys, all bunch up together for me, please. All bunch up onto that top spot, get those photos in. Dignitaries in as well. Do join, stay with us. Close on in. You stay on the podium, Sebastian. Don't you jump down. Excellent stuff there. Nice big smiles. Trophies high up in the air. Perfect stuff. Well, what a way to end the final here at Valencia, the first round of the FIA Karting European Championship. We'll ask our dignitaries to possibly take cover at this point now, because the champagne comes out onto the podium. This is the part that you probably don't want to get those lovely jackets in the way. I think even Jamie's going to duck and cover at this point as well. Perfect stuff. Well, drivers, it's been a fabulous weekend, but now you can relax just that little bit more as you get ready with the champagne! Well, absolutely superb. Brilliant stuff from our top 3 drivers. I am going to jump in at this point, though. I do want to have a chat with Dries van Langendonk. Dries, well, let's get a photo again then for our drivers. Last second there for our top 3. Get up there on the podium. So we'll leave that one for now. We'll let the last photo be taken. But a brilliant result there for our drivers. Give it up then. One final round of applause. Dries van Langendonk, Sebastian Mins, and Bosco Arias.
Great to see the drivers on the podium there for OK Junior. Congratulations once again to Dries van Langendonk, Sebastian Mins and Bosco Arias. We'll see OK Junior next time out in Val d'Argenton in France. For now, though, one more race this weekend in Valencia. It is the final for the OK category. 22 laps for the drivers in what promises to be a spectacular occasion to complete things here for round 1 of the FIA Karting European Championships. 36 drivers have qualified through to this final in the OK category. Drivers from the year of their 14th birthday and upwards. 91 entries at the start of the week. As we say, we've whittled that down to 36 to compete here for this first final of the year. And we really have got some of the world's best, 24 nations represented in this final. Here are the tech specs for this one, 125 cc displacement. The total weight, the minimum weight for this category, a little bit higher, of course, than the OK Juniors, 150 as opposed to 140. The kart without fuel weighing around 70 kilograms. And as we say, this is the pinnacle of direct drive karting across Europe, across the world, the top category. Here's the rubber they've been using this weekend. No need for those wet Maxxis rain tyres. It's been the Maxxis Prime in use through every single race this weekend. For the dries, 1.5 sets of tyres have taken the drivers all the way from timed qualifying at the start of the weekend through 5 rounds of qualifying heats into those super heats earlier on this morning. But all of these drivers who've made the top 36 have got a brand new set to use for this final race of the weekend. Here are your championship standings. 2 lots of 25 points have gone the way of Gabriel Gomez, virtue of being top of the intermediate classification after the 5 rounds of qualifying heats.
and then still being top of the same classification once the superheats were completed. So he has a 6-point lead over Joe Turney at this stage, but that could all be about to change with another 50 points up for grabs here in this race. Sebastiano Pavan is third, Lewis Werrell is fourth, fifth for the 2022 world champion Matheus Morgato, and sixth as well for Ian Eichmans, who is very strong this morning in the superheats. Anthony Jordan rejoins me in the commentary box, fresh from the OK Junior podium. There's a lot riding on this race, not just in terms of, you know, a race victory, championship points, a good start to the season, etc., etc. There is history between the drivers on this grid, a lot of experience, a lot of drivers moving up from OK Junior as well, and perhaps some scores to be settled out there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you can this front row is a front row that, well, again, if you were watching the FIA Championships last year, the Worlds, Franciacorta, these two, you know, battling away in that one, they're going to do battle again right now in 2024. It's going to be an interesting one, but I think for a lot of our drivers, right now is just a time to prepare, just be ready, focus, get ready, because it's all just about to kick off. It's going to be the longest race of the weekend, 22 laps. It's a long, old slog of a race, 31-kilometre distance. That's quite some work these drivers have got ahead of them, isn't it?
It is indeed, and that's a lot of thinking power that we've been talking about so far this week, especially with the Formula 4 2024 in the OK category. Drivers who've completed their racing, mechanics and team members as well, will start to accumulate around the circuit here at Kartódromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero for this last race of the weekend. The drivers' parade is due to begin shortly, of course, and the marshals as well. Big thanks to the marshals and track workers who've done an absolutely fantastic job round the clock. You know, not just whilst the races have been out on circuit, but ahead of all the sessions, after the sessions as well, keeping everything here in Valencia in absolutely tip-top shape.
Certainly so. We couldn't go racing without the marshals, and certainly so. We do give them our highest respect out there as we do get ready to go for this last final of the weekend. Reminder, though, for a lot of these drivers, you know, it's been a busy old run of races. Gomez, who put it on pole in qualifying, 4 qualifying heat wins and a second place, and he won his superheat earlier on as well, didn't he? So, you know, certainly looking forward to seeing what they can do. But it's, again, I just can't put it on one driver in this one. There are so many talented drivers in this that could come forward. It's just a case of time and waiting to find out who it's going to be.
Indeed, you've got drivers who've won many a race, many a championship over their careers in this one. And not too long before the drivers come out onto the circuits. I'm particularly interested to see how those drivers stepping up from OK Junior are getting on. We saw a few of them, of course, in the pre-grid there, just waiting to come out before the drivers' parade. You know, you look through this order, someone like Lewis Werrell, the first time he's been in a senior OK European Championship final. Anatoly Kavalkin, of course, the champion at the junior level in this championship in 2022. Timo Rämäkäs was very strong this morning. Not the first time we said that from him through the course of a superheat. So he could be a factor starting back there on row 7. Vivek Kanthan as well, who's been a sensation for me this weekend. Had a difficult time in the superheats, but I think 13th on the grid, he would have taken that at the start of the weekend. Has been tremendous for Powell. It's going to be a real meeting of the minds in terms of how the experience plays out, and of course the new tyres. None of these drivers, we've learnt a little bit there from the OK Junior final of how these tyres can perform through the course, but a different compound we must remember for the senior category. And as we've spoken to the drivers before, as Gabriel Gomez was saying yesterday, nobody has run a brand new set of that tyre, that compound in this track or on this track in a racing capacity.
Exactly. We go into the unknown here, but crucially to see the smiles on the drivers' faces. They are looking forward for this one. It's going to be a super tense race, the longest race, like we say, of the weekend, but we're ready to get going for it very, very soon as the drivers will get themselves on the starting grid for the drivers' parade. The karts yet not making their way onto the track just yet, with final checks just being made. But as you can see, the spectator area starting to fill up around the sides of the tracks. You can see everyone getting cameras ready, focused on the racing here. Because again, eyes are fixated from all over the world here watching. It's not just, it may feel like a European champion, but the drivers are being represented by 47 nations. Don't forget that. That's the main thing you've got to take away from this, is that so many drivers from around the world come together. Well, the karts start to make their way out onto the circuit. It is the OK final here at Valencia for the first round of the FIA Karting European Championship. And it's Gabriel Gomez who will start this one on pole position with Joe Turney alongside. Gabriel Gomez, who has dominated the course of this weekend so far. Pole position in qualifying on Friday. Qualifying heats was 4 race wins and a 2nd place. The track we're racing on this weekend, though, is the Kartódromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero, opening in 2014, the lap record being held by Zach Drummond. That was set 2 weeks ago at the pre-round for this one with a 52.991. As far as we know, no one has beaten that time this weekend, so it's still the time that they need to beat. The track itself is a long one, 1,428 metres, 210 metres the long straight, the main straight down the front. The back straight, 135. It's 9 metres wide, 2 metres of elevation. It's a flat, fast roller coaster of a circuit these drivers are about to go racing on. The turns themselves, 19 in total, 11 to the left, or 11 to the right, sorry, 8 to the left, and 1 hairpin. So many overtaking opportunities around this track. 1 in towards turn 1, in towards turn 3, 6 and 7 as you wind through the S section, and again through turn 11, 12 and 13, the double overtaking opportunity, and as well down into that final chicane, 17, 18 and 19. The top speeds the drivers will be reaching into those corners as well is dizzyingly fast, 132 kilometers an hour down into the braking zone of the final corner and into the braking zone of turn number 1 as well. 97 kilometers an hour is the average speed these drivers will do around the track. But certainly, this is going to be an absolutely exciting final. Like we said earlier, you cannot put it on one of these drivers. It could be Gomez, it could be Turney, it could be Werrell, it could be Pavan, it could be Iglesias, it could be Eichmanns, and every other driver on that grid as well.
Yeah, absolutely. These are all drivers who know how to win a motor race, and they will want to win this one to get their seasons to the best possible starts. Karts being rolled out and set down onto the race circuit ahead of this one. There is the 105 of Joe Turney with those fresh Maxxis primes on the Kart Republic, ready to go racing. And he is going to be really up for this one. You know, the last time we saw Joe Turney in an FIA karting final was at Franciacorta, of course, in the World Championship at the back end of last year. He's done fantastically to recover and be back on this grid. It did look in doubt earlier in the calendar year. He's wanting to give everything for this one, as are all the other drivers out there in this final. Top 15, remember, score championship points from this one. At the moment, as things stand, from the 2 hauls of points handed out through the course of the weekend, only 17 drivers have got on the scoreboard. Just shows you how much of a premium those points are with this format to get to the front here in the European Championship.
Yeah, certainly so. Again, it's not easy to get into these finals, and that's why we have the medal ceremony, because, again, it's an achievement in on its own in the FIA Karting European Championship. The karts are on the track now. The drivers will be making their way onto the circuit very, very shortly. And again, real tense time for so many of these drivers now. A lot has been building up to this moment here. The championship is still very close. Obviously, this is only the first round as the drivers make their way onto the track, starting with the even side, or the odd side of the grid, sorry, with Gomez coming onto the track with Sebastian Pavan, Ian Eichmanns, Marcus Shilkunas, Anatoly Kavalkin, Zach Drummond, Vivek Kanthan, and Miguel Costa, Stefan Antonov, and Javier Ramirez, Luna Flusha from David Volta, Noah Wolf from Alexander Bondarev, Mark Dubnitsky, Yinrich Pessel, Freddie Lloyd and Loveaway Sam Budler on that side of the grid. The even side on the outside row will be coming onto the track very shortly as well as they get ready for their medal ceremony. And again, just showing here, drivers looking up at the sky there. Understandably, there is some dark clouds looming over, but we saw our weather radar earlier on. Nothing to worry about. It's all fine. It's a dry track here as our drivers get ready. Focus there. You can see Noah Wolf just in the middle. His superheat, very interesting. Big sideways moment for him, wasn't it?
Big sideways moments. Continues a run of having made all the finals in 2023. Didn't score any points though. How would that be a step forward for Wolf today if he could get in the top 15? Here come the other half, led out by Joe Turney. Is the driver starting on the outside column of the grid. Lewis Werrell, top driver in the IKR and the International Karting Rankings last year, will start on that side. Louis Iglesias, David Patoro, Mateus Mugato, the world champion in 2022, of course, Tame Soleil, Thibaut Ramicus, winner here in the juniors last year, Dmitry Matviev, Sun Xiao Yu, Mies Huben, Guillaume Bouzard, Noah Montero, David Cosma Christopher, Finn McLaughlin, Roland Coclain, Salim Hanna, Jakub Kamenek and Stefano Padani. Great to see all of those drivers out here for this final.
Certainly so. Well, as we get ready to go for the medal ceremony, you can see there the medals going on the drivers. Manuel Avenir, the FIA Vice President, and from the Spanish Federation, the President there as well, to present the medals to the drivers on the odd side of the grid there. You can see Eichmann's getting his, and then for the rest of the field as well, Marcus Schulken is just behind. And of course, John Ryan, the CIK-FIA Vice President, to present the medals to the even side of the grid. Joe Turney, Lewis Werrell, and Iglesias on the front 3 rows of that as well. A tense time for all of these drivers as well. Tension really starting to build there. You can see Tame Soleil receiving his. Now Thibaut Ramicus going through. Really being impressed with Ramicus. Young driver really stepping up into the senior category. Really showing what he can do here. There, the fresh Maxxis tyres on board now. All of the karts. Pressures being tested, and Pressures is another one. No one knows what pressures to set these on. The first time they've done a long race like this from brand new.
Yeah, and that's what makes this race, I think, a little bit extra exciting, especially from the engineering point of view, because a lot's going to be learnt in this race that could set the tone for the rest of the season. But always when you've got this question of doubt, there's always that element of making mistakes. Even the best in the world make mistakes at times. James Gardle in the centre there, the CEO of RGMMC, and Simone Perejo as well. Championship manner with Lucas Guerrero on the left, the CEO of the circuit here in Valencia. What an incredible job Lucas Guerrero and the team behind him have done in preparation and the running of this first round for the FIA Karting European Championship.
Yes, certainly so. I mean, big upgrades been made to the circuit facilities with the foundations of new buildings going down as well, and the cover over the pre-grid in the pit lane. You know, big changes all the way throughout. And the track at the start of this weekend looked absolutely beautiful. Painted curbs all over the place. The team has worked so hard to get ready for the FIA Championship coming here this weekend. And again, there you can see the drivers just finishing there with their medals. And that brings us on then to the next point of the procedures for this one, because of course we heard them earlier on as well, and remembering that it is the last fires part of the season. Spring has just started, winter is over. Valencia a few days ago, or last weekend, was set ablaze in beautiful displays of culture with the Las Fias and the La Crema festival. It was such a beautiful thing to witness. Loud noise, lots of fireworks, and we're going to get a piece of those fireworks as well over the course of the next few minutes' time. As we get ready to go, there you can see as our guy tries to get it started up. He successfully does so as we get ready to go for this one. But certainly, as we go ready for some bangs, we'll take a bit of silence now as we listen to the booms of spring arriving. Well, brilliant stuff there. There you can see some of the drivers not ready for that final burst, but great to see and great to hear the noise of spring finally here in Spain. Well, beautiful to see it, but now we can't go racing, of course. We are here in Valencia, we are here in Spain, as we get ready to listen to the national anthem of Spain. It's final time here at Valencia. It is time for the senior category. The OK final about to get underway with Gabriel Gomez and Joe Turney starting on the front row. Who is going to take the final victory in the opening round for the FIA Karting European Championship in 2024? Myself, Anthony Jordan, Andrew Mather, taking you through the commentary over the course of today. And Andrew, it has been a roller coaster for our drivers. For Gabriel Gomez, pole in qualifying. 4 out of his 5 qualifying heats was a win. He won his superheat earlier on today. Can he bring it to a final here?
I think he's definitely got a very good opportunity to do so. You're absolutely right to say it's been a roller coaster. I don't even think we've got to the full loop-de-loop of this roller coaster yet. It's going to be a spectacular final for all the drivers out there. I've been really impressed with Gomez's response to how things have gone. You know, he's been in this position before. He had a brilliant run through all of the heats last year. In the end, was 4th in the final for the start of the 2023 championship. I think he's been really positive whenever we've spoken to him. He's up for the challenge, and he's been quite relaxed as well, which is always a good thing in my book.
Yeah, certainly so. And Joe Turney as well, speaking to him after the the superheat, very calm, collected, not giving out too much away. Obviously, a lot that you've got to go through in this one. I mean, he won his superheat again. He had a brilliant run in that one as well, and 4 qualifying heat wins and a third. That third is the only thing that's haunted him, and he did speak about that as well.
It is the bits of the weekend that didn't go so well, but these two faced off against one another towards the back end of yesterday in this same similar formation. In fact, for Turney, he was further back, wasn't he? He was 4th on the grid, and it was Turney who won out. That is, I know it was just a qualifying heat, but that single performance can give lots of reasons to be confident for Joe Turney. And yeah, he's going to be up for this one. He would love to make it 3 years on the spin that Joe Turney has won the opening round of the FIA Karting European Championship. And of course, 12 months ago, that was here. So he knows how to win this race, and he's done it from further back in the grid in the past as well.
He certainly has. Well, I suspect everywhere is starting to fill up. The grandstand's filling as everyone pours in to view this next race. This driver here as well, Sebastiano Pavan, really looking forward to seeing what he can do. The Italian with the Italian Tony Kart team, 5th in his superheat earlier on. Pavan certainly having some interesting races. 2 qualifying heat wins. His worst result was a 4th. Qualified 8th overall. So all in all, it's been a brilliant start. And if anything, he probably starts in the best spot here.
I tend to agree because, you know, we know the history between Gomez and Turney, and not saying that there is going to be anything of a repeat of that today. But if there is a close moment between Gomez and Turney, if they compromise each other, Pavan's going to be on them. He's going to be right on them
to take opportunities. We've seen across the course of this week that he can do that. Very interested to see how this young man gets along. Anthony, well, we call him a young man. He's stepped up into the senior category now, but Lewis Werrell has been fantastic so far this weekend. And, you know, a lot of expectations on the driver who finished 4th in the OK Juniors last year in the European Championship. And he's taken straight away to senior racing. Good qualifying there on the fourth row of the grid, 4th place on the grid, I should say.
Yeah, certainly so. 3rd in qualifying overall. He's not taken a race win yet at the moment. That's the last thing he wants to get this weekend. And, well, in the final, that would be the nicest way to do it. Ian Eichmans from Belgium, he starts this one on the 3rd row of the grid. 2nd earlier on. He as well had some pretty decent results, his best result being a P2, worst result being a P13 in his final heat earlier on yesterday. 12th overall in qualifying, so it wasn't too bad of a weekend for him. But again, he's just been eluded with that first win. And again, can he get that in the final?
He wasn't far off in the superheat. He was in really good form this morning. And again, he's on that inside. We've seen people start from 5th strongly. Previously. I think he's got a good chance. Luis Iglesias was another driver who had a very strong superheat early on. And the CRGs this weekend have been a very strong package. If Iglesias can get up towards the very front of the order and, you know, be around with his teammates, it could be another good race for Iglesias. Short little chat there. Final instructions to Joe Turney from Pasquale Lupoli. There is another one of the CRG drivers on an all CRG row 4, we should say. Markus Šilčiūnas has taken a huge step forward this weekend, I feel. The Lithuanian, there 7th on the grid. Could be a very definition of a dark horse in this one.
Oh, certainly so. Really curious to see what he can do out there. We'll have his fellow CRG teammate Davide Bottaro starting alongside P6 finish in the superheat earlier on. So that is crucial there. You've got 4 CRGs in the top 4 rows there. So half the top 8 are CRGs. If they can get together, they're going to be some real trouble.
It's going to be very hard for the other teams to break through that. We've seen often Gomez and Bottaro be able to form a train through their qualifying heats, but as you say, if it's more than 2 karts, this could be a very good day for CRG. Whistle just going there. That will have been for the 3-minute board. Row 5 is another interesting one, Anthony, particularly as it's got Anatoly Kovalkin and Mateusz Morgado on it, but it's also the start of another potentially strong group of drivers. You've got 4 Paralin runners, all line astern on the right-hand side, on the inside. Kovalkin, Drummond, Canthan and Costa. They will have discussed how to approach this race. Keep an eye on those 4. I'm expecting them to work well together to take hold of this race, particularly in the early stages.
Yes, certainly. But, well, Anatoly Kovalkin has had a really good run of races all the way throughout this. He started on the front row all the way through the qualifying heats. He was always trying to get that run on the outside. He always had to deal with that outside. This time he's on the inside. He's got a good shot here of getting a good result. He'll have Mateusz Morgado alongside. Morgado, again, had a race win in the qualifying heats. Looked really, really strong. But earlier on in the superheat, it all came tumbling down, didn't it?
Kind of similar to what we saw with Christian Kostoya in the OK Juniors. If you're going to have a bad race on a Sunday, you want it to be the superheat.
That's very true.
Put it to the back of your mind. It's history now. This is a former world champion. He can do things from that 5th row of the grid. And the pressure's kind of off, I think, for Mateusz Morgado as well. He can have a bit of fun, I think, with this race.
I think just work his way through the field and just treat it like any other race out there. Just a little further behind him, he'll have Zach Drummond, the Scottish driver, racing for Paralin in the 122. Well, I say he's 122 on my list. No, he's 107 on my list. That was Kovalkin's number I was looking at. There he is on your screen. Really looking forward again to see what he can do. Really making his way through this field. Very strong driver, but again, it's just going to be a tough race. Final moments there for Gabriel Gomez, very passionate driver, really focusing on the racing ahead. And again, we do wish all of our pilots a fun and safe, controlled race and bring him to the end. Tame Soleil there, you can see starting on the outside of row number 6, starting alongside Zach Drummond, the driver from Germany, certainly wanting to show what he's got there in the Sauber Academy team. There, Dmitry Matviev a little further down in the order as well, starting it on the 8th row on the outside in the 1-2-0, again on the Kart Republic chassis. The Kart Republic chassis, again, been one of the most popular going into this one, but I've got to say, the Esprit chassis have been good, the OTK products have been good as well, but I've got to give it to the CRGs. They've just been set up perfectly.
They have indeed. It's a challenge here to get the setup right. You know, 2 sectors very similar to one another with the fast straights, and then that infield section is the complete opposite. Let's get ready then. The formation lap underway for the first final of the FIA Karting European Championship. It is the OK Senior category. Here is your grid. On pole position, once again in 2024, Gabriel Gomez, runner-up last year. Can he start off his 2024 campaign with a win in the final? He's joined by the returning Joe Turney on the front row. Sebastiano Pavan and Lewis Werrell start on row 2. Ian Eichmans and Louis Iglesias start on row 3. Marcus Shulkunas starts on an all-CRG row 4 with his teammate Davide Battaro. Anatoly Kovalkin and the 2022 world champion Mateusz Morgato start on row 5. Zach Drummond and Tame Soleil go from the 6th row of the grid. Soleil had his best result in 2023 here in Valencia. Can he improve on that 4th from last year? Vivek Kanthan and Thibaut Ramekers start on row 7. Ramekers won the junior race here 12 months ago for the start of the championship. Miguel Costa and Dmitry Matviev start on row 8. Stepan Antonov and Sun Xiaoyu complete the top half of the field on row 9.
The top 20 on row 10 sees Australia's Javier Abramides with Mies Huben alongside Luna Flusha and Guillaume Bouzard round out row number 11. David Walter and Noah Montero, who's had a pretty awful weekend, finds himself all the way back on the 12th row of the grid. Let's see what he can do from there. Noah Wolf and David Kozma go from row 13. Alexander Bondarev, the main driver from last year, struggling in the senior categories all the way on the 14th row of the grid with Finn McLaughlin as well, another very experienced pilot in the top 28. Mark Dubnitsky and Roland Cooklane and the top 30 on row 15. Jindřich Peschel and Salim Hanna going from row 16. Freddie Lloyd and Jakub Kamenek round out the top 17 from Lavoie Sambudla and Stefano Padani on the 18th row of the grid. 36 karts as we go on board there. You can see the beautiful onboard shots that we've got adjacent to our drivers. We're here with Mateusz Morgato. Really crucial to see what he can do from that 5th row of the grid.
Absolutely. The drivers will be warming their machinery now, getting the tyres up to temperature. Not trying to take too much out of them, of course. Brand new. Get that release agent off the rubber and prepare for this race. Brakes as well. That run into turn 3 and turn 4 is going to be so important for this one. Gomez then into the final corner, or through the cut through, and then into the tram lines. Are we going to be good for a go here? Turney's holding back a little bit, just going to wait to get the 2 of them alongside to be ready for a restart.
No.
No, yeah, we're going to go round again. I thought that was going to be the case, so a bit of extra time then for the drivers to get things back up to temperature.
Yeah, once more, another lap to just sort things out, get everything sorted out. Again, reminder then of the classifications at the end of that one. It was Gomez from Turney. They will be your championship points leaders at the moment going into this one. Obviously, Gomez, with a brilliant round of qualifying heats and super heats, would be leading the championship. Great way to start it. And again, this was the same sort of situation he was in last year at the start of the championship, and then it kind of all fell away a little bit there, didn't it, at the end? This year, I think it's a new year. It's, I think, a more controlled Gomez here.
I'd agree, yeah, and that's what we've seen so far in this weekend's competition. Here's a quick replay of that first start. Yeah, you can see the even side of the grid. Turney and Werrell with their hands in the air, indicating not quite settled, not quite ready to go. That's an onboard quick replay with Morgato, remember, starting in P10. Everyone anticipating this race up there on the hill just beyond turn 15 and turn 16. Rolling round to have attempt number 2 at getting this one underway. If you're just joining us, it's live coverage of the mondokart.com FIA Karting European Championship Round 1 final
for OK category. Andrew Mather and Anthony Jordan on commentary duties for you. Gomez on pole position, Turney alongside on the front row, Pavan and Werrell row 2. Are we good to go here for this one? We are. Green light and out we go for 22 laps here at Valencia into turn 1. Very good start for Gomez. Turney holding P2 as they go through turn 1 and turn 2 now. A couple of drivers slow off of turn 1, but it's looking good into turn 3 and 4. This is where we see a lot of the action. One of the Kart Republics in the background has taken to the cut through, but apart from that, we're all good. 36 karts running through sector 2.
Yep, nice, clean, steady start then for most of the fielders. A little bit shaky at the back of the grid, though, like you alluded to there. Some karts just taking to the runoff there. Back down now in towards turn number 11, into the S's for the first time. And Gomez, look at him here. He's got such a lead already. Turney's going to have to deal with Sebastiano Pavan all by himself here as they go down the back straight for the first time. No one diving to the inside here, into the difficult final chicane. And straight away, Turney's on the defensive. He doesn't think he's going to be able to catch Gomez here.
I think he's done this before, of course, in the heats, wanted to take the initiative and be the guy to chase Gomez down in the latter stages. Still a long, long way to go, of course, in this race. Good start for Anatoly Kavalkin, up 3 places, now having a go at Ian Eichmann's there, as hopping through the 2 CRGs, brilliantly done between Shilkunas and Bataro. They've both gained 2 positions out of that. Need to be careful that they not fight too much amongst themselves. Eichmann's has fought back, got back ahead of Shilkunas for that position, onto the infield straight for the second time. Investigation flag for the 114 of Miguel Costa. Costa, who started 15th, one of those 4 Paralins on the right-hand side, has attracted the attention of the officials.
Certainly has. Well, Pavan getting past now. Here's Lewis Werrell wanting to get past as well. Joe Turney seems to be on a full defensive mode right now. He does not look comfortable there in P3. He's going defensive again in towards turn number 1. He's going to keep Lewis Werrell behind. I'm just curious here because Gomez just broke away that big yellow flag there. There's someone straight off at turn number 1 into the barriers. There's 2 karts off there at turn number 1. That is a big, scary moment there for Stepan Antonov and Miguel Costa. Both of them in the barriers hard.
Yeah, and well, both drivers moving around in their karts. That will have been a very high-speed incident for both of them. You can see the tyres have been displaced. Rest of the runners continuing through into sector number 3. Gomez's lead is 1.5 seconds. Pavan up to second place. Well, that's the best thing to see. Both drivers out now. Hang on a minute, gentlemen. Let's keep this civil out there. And end of lap number 3. Gomez now leads by 1.6 ahead of Pavan. Great work by the track workers and the marshals out there to keep this race green and running. The last thing Gabriel Gomez would have wanted there is a slow procedure, which would bunch the whole field back up. Thankfully for him, he remains out front by 1.5 seconds.
Certainly so. Right, keeping an eye on this one. This is Shilkunas over the back of Ian Eichmann. Eichmann's there in the barrel with the yellow helmet, just trying to push his way through. Back here, though, for second place, Sebastiano Pavan has not managed to break away from Joe Turney here. All the meanwhile, these two have come together now. Eichmann's now under pressure as he goes wheel to wheel here with Shilkunas, and both of them in a lot of bother, and they've tumbled down the order. Everyone's come through, and it's including the Paralin guys.
Yeah, Drummond through Kavalkin as well. Whichever way you look at it, that did not work for Eichmann's or Shilkunas. Gomez continuing to extend this lead. It's 1.8 seconds, but the question, how is he treating the tyres? How are the drivers behind taking care of theirs potentially? We've already seen in the OK Juniors that a gap of this size can be brought down in the longer final format. New fastest lap of the race, 55.527. That is some good pace yet again for another one of the CRGs, Louis Iglesias, who's at the back of this group.
Certainly so. Louis Iglesias could really benefit his teammate as Turney sent it down the inside, and contact between himself and Sebastiano Pavan. Louis Iglesias into second place. Lewis Werrell into third as they break away now. What on earth happened there?
That is a huge moment in this race. Pavan has his hand up there. Is there any damage on the rear left corner?
There's a bitter blow as Pavan is into the pits, is out of this race, started third on the grid and will score no points in the final.
Now, what happened there? Was the door closed on Turney, or was Turney just too late on the brakes there? That's the ultimate question. Hopefully we'll see that a little bit later on. Eyes on this one, though. Well, there's Eichmanns. He's now having to deal with Drummond, so he's still in this race after he had a coming together with Shilkunis earlier on. So he is still in this one. Drummond, though, on that rear bumper. Gomez's gap now is 2 seconds as Drummond sends it down the inside through turn 11. Nicely done. He moves up another position now into P6.
I mean, with 16 laps to go, I know it's a wild thing to say in some ways, but it's very hard to see how Gabriel Gomez does not win this race right now. This is the dream scenario for CRG. They are running 1 and 2. There is Iglesias. Lewis Werrell in third. There's a warning flag going out to the 116 of Mateus Morgato. I've got to say, I think Lewis Werrell has got to find some pace to get past Luis Iglesias. If he can, there's potentially still time for him to close up to Gomez. But the CRG drivers backing Gomez so far this weekend. They know how strong he is around here. Iglesias, that was that's live. That's Morgato down the inside of, was that one of the Paralins he was overtaking there? Yes, it was. It was Vivek Canthan he was going by for 8th place. I don't think Canthan was expecting that. Per se, but Luis Iglesias, I don't think he's going to rapidly charge towards Gomez. They're going to try and control this race to get as good a result for the team as possible.
Yeah, CRG would be happy with a 1-2 on that podium. A smattering of warning flags and investigation flags coming out thick and fast. Here's your race leader, though. Gabriel Gomez, the Brazilian driver, representing Italy, of course, with the Italian licence with the CRG team. Pushing really, really strong here. The gap, 2 seconds at the moment. Do I dare say that it's coming down a little bit? It was 2.2. It's now just 2 seconds. But I don't think it's going to close at a rate there. There is Luis Iglesias. He's in second place, chasing down Gomez in first. And there's a look at the live gap. It fractionally came down a little bit more there. Again, it was 2 seconds, 0.013 now. There you go, a little update. But again, it's little bits here and there. I don't think it's going to be enough.
And the other thing for Gomez, we've seen him be so good at this.
Yeah.
Across the course of the qualifying heats, when he needs 2% more, 3% more, he just has this ability, this understanding on the chassis, on these tyres to pull it out. And with a really strong position in this race, there's a replay. This is Shilkunas down the inside of Eichmanns. This was on lap 4. This is how the 2 Paralins got through. Brilliant reading there by Kowalkin to get past his teammates and the 2 Warring drivers through the course of turn 11 and 12. Zach Drummond benefited from that as well. Ooh, Shilkunas was out on the gravel as well. A very close moment for CRG driver. This is what happened for Turney and Pavan. Yeah, I just think that was a bit ambitious from Joe Turney. Pavan not expecting it as well, and they met at the apex of turn 11.
Yeah, that is a big, big shame there. Another angle of it, just straight down the inside. The door was not open there, and yeah, understandably, Pavan not happy with that one. Oh dear, yeah, that's a rare mistake from Joe Turney, but certainly I'm sure we won't see much more of that one. I think Turney is still in this race. He is. He's still P4, so he's still got a shot of this one. But I suspect stewards may be looking at that.
Agreed. End of lap number 9 then. Still in the first half of this one. This is the battle between Ian Eichmanns and Mateus Morgato for 7th place. Back towards the front, Iglesias and Werrell. The gap is holding at around 1.9, 1.8 seconds now. It is coming down, but not at a kind of rate that would worry the race leader at this precise moment. Eichmanns and Morgato once again on board now with the former world champion through turn 8 and 9, 10 into the braking zone of turn 11. Tighter line being taken there by the Birrell of Morgato, sorry, the CL racing team, the Charles Leclerc chassis, of course. The Birrell of Eichmanns ahead, has a quick check over the shoulder. A bit ambitious from back there for Morgato to have a go into the chicane. But he's looking a bit tighter through the corners. Morgato seems to have the speed, but a lot of straight line pace at the moment for the 111.
Yep, certainly so. Again, just taking a little tighter line there in towards turn 1. Keep an eye, though, because Davide Bottaro and the CRG is right there behind them. Keep an eye, the orange car really looking strong now as they push themselves up through. Hey, look who's just there behind him. P10 is down the inside. Morgato again through turn number 6 and 7. well, very robustly gets that move done on Eichmanns and now moves up another position into P7.
Does indeed, but you're absolutely right to point out Ramekes is on the scene. Ramekes gets by his countryman. We saw a bit of this early this morning in the superheat, and Ramekes is on the move again. That's him up to 9th place. Bataro has overtaken Eichmanns. Now this is a tough moment, tough phase of this race for Eichmanns. Just behind as well is that Xavier Avramidis. Yes, it is for the Tony Kart racing team. He's having another strong race here, up to 11th. Shulkunas and Luna Flusha not too far behind as well. Top 13, sorry, covered by 10 seconds.
Right, race progressing now. Replay of that one there. So looking to the inside. Right, well, what's there? No, there wasn't. The gap was open. He went for the move. It closed, and then it was just last second. Oh, open it back up again as he goes down the inside. It was very forcefully done, but a lot of curb there on the inside. He really tried to not go into the side of Eichmanns as we see some more overtakes coming thick and fast throughout the field here. This is Xavier Avramidis down in 11th place, battling with Eichmanns, and everyone else is getting involved now. Luna Flusha going through the scene now. You can just see her in the Prema cut there in the 1-2-4. It's on the gravel and dusty stuff there for Avramidis. How on earth he kept that under control, I'll never know.
Wow, that was kart control at its finest for Avramidis. Keeps himself in this race. Beautiful reading it through turn 11, 12, 13 by both Shulkunas and Flusha. Both of them gaining 2 positions from that. Back at the front, lead gap 1.6 seconds. We're looking at the battle now between Morgato and Ramekes. I'd say right now they're working together because they've got around 2 seconds to catch up to Drummond in the position ahead, that being 6th place. So right now, 10 laps to go. And I thought that might be coming. An investigation flag for the 105 of Joe Turney. Ramekes decides to go down the inside. Well, that is a move and a half on one of the most experienced drivers in this field. There just seems to be no limits for Timo Ramekes on who he's going to overtake so far this season.
Yeah, certainly so. Ramekes earning his TV time here as he dives down into that final chicane, working super, super quick here. Now up into P7 as he goes back over the start-finish line. I alluded to that the gap was coming down for the race lead. Luis Iglesias has managed to chip away 0.4 of a second. It's down to 1.6 seconds now. The gap is still very large, but it is still closing. I reckon we could see something here.
Could indeed. It's Gomez, the master of controlling the tyres, will surely have something in his back pocket. He's just managing right now that gap, letting it come down by maybe 300ths, 400ths every sector. That's okay right now, but if Iglesias does get into the toe or gets some help from Werrell behind, that could change the scenario at the front of the field. Ramekes is driving away from Morgato. I'm expecting big things from Ramekes this year. We've got to remember he is still learning at the senior level, but learning at quite the rate. This was the move down the inside. That was the Tony Kart of Avramidis going for a move on Eichmanns. Through went Shulkunas there. Beautiful switchback by Luna Flusha. Holding it on the inside, taking 2 positions. This was the close moment for Avramidis. Look at that, off the edge of the circuit, wrestling the kart back on. There was about 4 moments with that one, Anthony, where he could have lost it.
He really could have. Very great kart control there. Really, really controlled. Here is your race leader, Gabriel Gomez, at the moment. The gap now down to 1.5 seconds between himself and his fellow CRG teammate, Luis Iglesias. Iglesias is closing in at a rate. The sector times are roughly the same. They're just fractionally faster here and there, but at the moment it's enough. With the time they've got remaining, we're on lap 16 of 22. I reckon the gap now, it could be interesting. I mean, it's ping-ponging now. It's back to 1.6. It's just a fine line, isn't it? They're right on the same speed here.
No, indeed. I think Gomez has had the hurry up here. I think there's a lot of communication, of course, with the hand gestures and the signals from the sidelines. I think that sector 3 last time around was very good for Gabriel Gomez, and he's quicker than Iglesias through the first sector again. I think this is the point where he's decided, yep, let's go and bring this one home with 7 laps to go. 24-0 through the second sector for Gomez. Likewise for Iglesias and Werrell and Turney and Cavalcade. They're all holding the same pace at the moment.
Who's made the most progress in this race? Well, in the top half of the field, that goes to honour goes to Finn McLaughlin, the Irish driver for VDK Racing. He's up 14 spots in this race. Looking a bit further down the order, Stefano Padani has bettered that though. He's up to 19th place. That's a gain of 17. Still only 3 retirements in this race, those being the 2 at the very start, Antonov and Costa, and Pavan also as well, after that contact with Joe Turney, who continues to circulate there in 4th place.
Yep, there is Joe Turney, who is currently under investigation, the same now as Davide Botara as well in the 121, who's currently sitting in 9th place. Yeah, again, really, really tough race all the way throughout this. So many drivers really just staying focused all of it throughout these races. But for right now, Luis Werrell, who we've now can see on our screen, who's hunting down Luis Iglesias for P2. That gap's still very close as well, 0.8 of a second. Is it coming down any more than that? I don't think so. Again, they're just in a limbo mode at the moment. Everyone running on the same tyres, of course, the same strategy all the way throughout. Again, it's tyre pressures, though. We don't know what tyre pressures were deployed at the start of this race. Were they low for some drivers, and then they've gone up? Are they high, and now they're coming down? You know, it's that fine line. We just don't know.
What a performance this weekend by Luis Werrell,
really
stepping
good.
up into the OK category. Can bring home a podium. That'll be a very good start to his time at this level of the FIA Karting European Championships. Less than 5 laps to go. This is a replay of how retired from the race, how Stepan Antonov and Miguel Costa exited the stage. The most important news, both of them okay, understandably not too happy with how their races ended. But, they'll move on to Val d'Argenton, hoping for better things next time.
Yeah, certainly so. Well, the Spanish sun is starting to eke out from behind the thick cloud all the way throughout today. Spring finally arriving here in Spain. The temperature has been absolutely amazing for racing this day. Joe Turney currently chasing down Luis Werrell for 3rd place, but that gap being 1.1 seconds. Again, it's just in a limbo mode here. Iglesias again has started to open up a little bit more. He's closed that gap back down to 1.5 seconds, but we're on lap 19 now of 22. Time is very quickly running out to try and close that gap. That is the look at Anatoly Kavalkin just behind in P5. Ramakas, who's there in P6, I reckon could get a top 5 finish here.
He could indeed. Consider as well, Ramakas driven across that 2-second gap that we were talking about, got past Drummond, is now going for a spot in the top 5. What a brilliant drive by Thibaut Ramakas here for VDK. Closing in on Anatoly Kavalkin now into turn 3 they go. Ramakas making a name for himself here, closing in. He loves this tight and twisty part of the course. Is he going to go for a move into turn 7? No, it's just going to hold behind. Good positioning from Kavalkin once again. Onto the infield straight. Next opportunity for Ramakas is turn 11. Is he going to go for the move down the inside? Yes, he is. Can he get it locked in on the switchback? This is where Kavalkin has been strong this week as well. Quick check over the shoulder. Another brilliant overtake from the young Belgian. Thibaut Ramakas is up to 5th.
Yeah, nicely done. Just again, well calculated and positioned on the circuit. It's been such a controlled drive from the young Belgian here. Thibaut Ramakas, really, really strong performance. Again, I'm really curious to see how he gets on all the way throughout this season. He has been such a strong performer. Really, really bright future ahead of this young driver, I am sure, as he makes his way into the tight twisty section as well. Same for Anatoly Kavalkin there in P6 now, just trying to stick with him. But again, look at that gap. It's just opening up. There's nothing he can do about it.
Ramakas will want this race to go on for another 20 laps, I think. He really is one of the fastest, he is the fastest driver on the circuit at the moment, and in the low to mid 54.5s right now. It's not a problem, though, for Gabriel Gomez. The gap is being held at 1.5 seconds. He's about to see the final lap board and be 1.5 kilometres away from taking the opening round in the FIA Karting European Championship for 2024. What a job CRG have done this weekend with this young driver.
Like I say, I don't know what they've done. The setup's been absolutely there. Each one of their drivers has been on form going through today. Just in this final, though, the battles came thick and fast, and 2 of them have come out on top in this one here. Gomez, though, it's going to be a flag to flag for the Brazilian, representing Italy, though, with his license and the team for CRG. He makes his way out of the final couple of corners now onto the back straight. No contest for him really on this. That's no disadvantage and no shame to any other driver out there. He's already saying, yes, this one's in the bag. What a drive. No contest whatsoever. It's Gabriel Gomez, the Brazilian, for Italy. Across the line, it's Gabriel Gomez for CRG. He wins the opening round here in Valencia for the FIA Karting European Championship for the OK Senior category. It is a CRG 1-2 with Luis Iglesias on the podium as well. Lewis Werrell rounds out the top 3 for Forza Racing, but for CRG with a 1-2 finish, they can be happy with that.
What a performance, what a team, what a driver. 100 points from a possible 100 in the championship for Gabriel Gomez. Fantastic teamwork by CRG throughout the week. They've worked fantastically as a squad. They've backed this man, and he has delivered. Congratulations there from his teammate Davide Battaro. He was a big part of the progress through those qualifying heats. And you can see the body language of the CRG drivers. They are genuinely pleased to see Gabriel Gomez achieve the one thing he didn't do here in 2023. He took timed qualifying pole position in 23. He did so again this year. He took the heats. He did so again this year. He took the super heat, but it was the final that he missed out on 12 months ago. Not today. Maximum point score. There is your provisional result. Gabriel Gomez wins by 1.3 seconds in a CRG 1-2 here in Spain, ahead of Luis Iglesias. What a performance from Lewis Werrell on his debut in the FIA Karting European Championships at the senior level. He leaves with a podium for Forza Racing. Joe Turney 4th, 5th for Thibaut Ramekers in a very entertaining drive, 6th for Anatoly Kavalkin, the first of the Paralins home, ahead of his teammate Zach Drummond. Mateus Morgato 8th, Davide Battaro and Marcus Shilkunas makes it 4 CRGs in the top 10. Luna Flusha goes home with points from Valencia, once again up 10 places in that one for Prema Racing to 11th. Dmitry Matveyev finishes in 12th. Brilliant drive from Finn McLaughlin, up 15 spots also into the points for VDK. Those points paying positions completed by David Walter and Xavier Avramidis. Noah Wolf misses out on the points by 1 position, but you've got to say that points finish is coming for the young Briton. He finished ahead of the biggest mover in that race, Stefano Padani, in 17th. He was up 19. Freddie Lloyd as well gained 15 positions in that final to finish inside the top 20, completed by Ian Eichmans and Guillaume Boutzard. Vivek Kanthan, 21st, not any points in the final, but a lot of reasons to be pleased after a very strong weekend for the American. David Kozma, Jindrik Peschel, Sun Xiao Yu and Ludwig Sam Budler all inside the top 25. Jakub Kamenik, Mark Dubnitsky, Mies Huben, Noah Montero and Roland Coclain finish inside the top 30. 33 finishers in that one. Alexander Bondarev, Thames Saleh and Salim Hanna, the last of them. 3 retirements, all in the very early stages of the race. Sebastiano Pavan, Stepan Antonov and Miguel Costa. But there is the relief for Gabriel Gomez there. Having a quick chat with Lewis Werrell about how their races went. A lonely race in some ways, but they can often be the most difficult from the mental side of things. But that was a test that Gomez passed today. Let's have a look at some of the highlights then. Great start for Gomez. Problems perhaps for Turney off the start. He was able to hold on to P2 at least in the early stages. All drivers making their way through turns 1, 2, 3 and 4 with relatively little incident. Gomez had that gap over Turney in the early stages. Werrell held there in 4th. Pavanto, it was the 1, 2, 3, 4 off the grid. A rare thing here in Valencia, actually held their same positions across the course of that first lap. Ian Eichmans had a bright start as well, but was under attack from Anatoly Kavalkin. He was the brightest starter. Good moves from the CRGs to take advantage of that battle between
Eichmanns and Kavalkin, both Shilkunas and Plataro, making their way through, still very much in the early stages. First major incident in the race, that was the scene with Stepan Antonov and Miguel Costa retiring, crashing out at the start of lap number 2. They would obviously not see the end. Great work by the marshals and the track workers here in Valencia to keep the race running. That was a key part, I thought, for Gabriel Gomez. He had a 1.5 second lead at this point and was very pleased, I think, to see the race remain full green around the circuit. The highlights continuing, of course. This was the attack from Shilkunas down the inside of Eichmanns. This was the opportunity for Kavalkin to get back past both of them and also his teammate Zach Drummond. Drummond gained 2 from that. Celebrations in Parc Ferme for CRG with Gabriel Gomez. Very pleased to see the rewards of their hard work this week. And there's Luis Iglesias as well. 1-2 for CRG in the first round of the European Championships. What a story. That was the moment on the left-hand side of your screen on lap 5. Pavan left the race after damage involved in this incident with Joe Turney. Joe Turney would be under investigation. Lewis Werrell read the situation well, holding to the left there, making sure that he gained out of that. That was the key point for Lewis Werrell in gaining the podium spot here today. A few highlights from Matheus Morgado, who was carrying the onboard camera in that lap final, down the inside of Vivek Kanthan there on lap number 7. He would pull a similar move on an Eichmanns in a few laps later here once again through turn number 6. The two Birol Arch chassis drivers, Morgado of course for the Charles Leclerc racing team, Eichmanns for the Birol Arch Works team, very close out there on circuit. But they needed to keep an attention on Thibaut Ramekers. We saw it this morning in the superheats. We saw it again in the final. The young Belgian scything his way through the order in the second half of the race. An attempt here on lap 12. Avramidis down the inside of Eichmanns, beautifully read by Shilkunas there, and by Luna Fluscher as well behind in the 1-2-4. Stuck to her guns on the inside through turn number 14. That was a big part of her journey through to 11th and points once again in the final here in Valencia. This was a really scary moment for Avramidis. Hooked into the little gully there on driver's left. He managed to get it back on circuit. In the end would score a point for 15th. Ramekers continued the charge and brought the entertainment in the second half of the race, going past every single driver he met along the way, including the former world champion Matheus Morgado. The young Belgian would go on to finish 5th, but it was Gabriel Gomez's day, taking the win in Valencia. Maximum points in the championship from the first round of the FIA Karting European Championship. The runner-up last year will roll on to Val d'Argenton at the end of April. Full of energy, full of passion, and full of support as well from CRG after that 1-2 finish here today. And what a performance, as we say, from Gomez and Luis Iglesias. Easy to forget that Iglesias started on the 3rd row of the grid with strong drivers ahead. Brilliantly constructed race. I know he would have liked to have fought for the win there. But that was a top performance that leaves Iglesias 4th in the championship. But let's go down those virtual championship scores at the end of round 1. As stated, Gomez provisionally 100 points. All of these are, of course, provisional. Gomez on 100, Joe Turney 2nd on 78, Lewis Werrell 3rd in the championship on 70 points. Luis Iglesias moves up to 4th. After being a little bit further down the order before that final. 63 points for the Frenchman. Matheus Morgado leaves Valencia in the top 5 on 43 points, then very close from 6th down to 10th and beyond from the Virtual Championship. Kavalkin at the front of that group on 36 points in 6th. Same as Pavan. In the tiebreaker, Kavalkin takes it on the basis he had a better position in that final result. Zach Drummond can be pleased with his efforts this weekend. 34 points, leaves himself in 8th place for the Scotsman as we go on to France. Thibaut Ramekers, I think that's a good score, 32 points to build upon. He's learnt a lot of stuff this weekend through those qualifying heats. He's clearly got the speed in the longer formats. Can work to build the speed and get the qualifying right. You could see Ramakas moving up from that 9th place later on in the season. He's joined on 32 points by another one of the CRG drivers. Davide Bottaro completes the top 10 of the standings as things are right now, with that result in the final provisional. We will be with the podium shortly. If you've missed any of the action this weekend, you can watch it back on the YouTube, FIA Karting Championship YouTube platform. All of the racing from today and yesterday. Highlights packages will be going out on your platform of choice as well. And the rest of the season, of course, as mentioned. Next up for the OK categories, Val d'Argenton in France on the weekend of the 26th and 28th of April. Very much looking forward to that before the drivers and the teams move on to Slovakia. The Slovak Karting Centre will be the host of round 3 in mid-June on the weekend of the 20th to the 23rd. And the culmination of this year's FIA Karting European Championship will be at the start of August, will be at Kristianstad for round 4. There is a quick sight into the cool-down room for the drivers awaiting to go out on the podium. Gabriel Gomez and Luis Iglesias. What a performance from them. 1-2 for CRG. They'll be joined by Lewis Werrell on the podium. And of course, CRG will receive the team's trophy as well. And I think a quiet moment of contemplation for Gabriel Gomez there, smiling with a little joke there with the team members. They have done the best job I think they possibly could have done this weekend with CRG. It all stemmed from the timed qualifying session, and they delivered through to the end. It is time, though, for the podium in the OK category. Over to Anthony Jordan to oversee proceedings for our top 3.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Yes, here with our OK Senior Podium finalist. Please welcome onto the podium for Forza Racing, representing the United Kingdom, it's Lewis Werrell. In second position with the team CRG for France, it's Luis Iglesias. And your race winner for CRG, representing Italy, it's Gabriel Gomez. And to represent the CRG team, please welcome onto the podium, Brandon Nielsen. We now listen to the national anthem of Italy. There you have it, your top 3 for the OK final for the first round of the FIA European Karting Championship. Please welcome onto the podium now the CEO of the Valencia circuit, Lucas Guerrero, to present the 3rd place trophy to Lewis Werrell. Please now welcome onto the podium the FIA Vice President and the Spanish Federation President, Manuel Avagno, to present the second place trophy to Luis Iglesias. And then finally, please welcome onto the podium the CIK-FIA Vice President, John Ryan, to present the winner's trophy to Gabriel Gomez. And also please welcome onto the podium the manager of Mondo Kart, Matteo Calda, to present the team's trophy to the CRG team. Drivers, nice big smiles, trophies high up in the air for the photos. Brilliant to see. Nice big reactions, please, for our press. And hold up nice and close there. Perfect. We now present the flowers to our drivers, again, after a superb final on there. Take hold of these and bunch up nice and close onto that top spot, drivers, for our photos. Again, nice big smiles for all of our media personnel down there on the ground. So if we get our top 3 drivers up onto that top step, please. Dignitaries, get in nice and close. Nice big smiles with our top 3 drivers here in the senior category. Again, a superb race, well controlled, and a superb weekend for the CRG team. Definitely getting something right with their setup over the course of this one. Again, drivers, nice big smiles. Big round of applause, please, for your top 3. As they end the first round here at Valencia. Well, at this point, dignitaries, I'd probably say it's probably a good time to disappear as we get ready for the champagne time. Drivers, trophies down as we get yourselves ready. We saw a good time with the juniors. Are we going to see a better time with our senior drivers? Is Brandon going to stay with them as well, or is Brandon going to disappear? I think he's going to stay at this point here. You're being called in here, Brandon. Louis getting rid of his helmet. Drivers, take hold of those bottles and get ready. It's champagne! Well, there it is. A superb weekend for CRG. 2 of their drivers on the top spot, and as well for Lewis Weld for the Forza Racing team. Well, that is it then for the FIA Karting Championships drivers podium. Well, there we'll get one more photo for the drivers. Drivers, get back up there. You can stay, Brandon. Go on, you can get up there. No, that's all right. You're only covered in champagne. You're absolutely fine. Carry on. But there you go. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen. Your top 3 podium here. Gabriel Gomez, Luis Iglesias, and Luis Werrell. Well, we head to France next to Val d'Argenton. We're looking forward to that round. I'm sure the viewers at home are as well. Well, for the top 3 of our drivers then, that is all done and dusted here from Valencia. Thank you so much to our drivers. Thank you so much to everyone who was watching at home. We will see you in a few weeks' time in France, so make sure you stay tuned for that one. But from us here, thank you so much to all the camera crew, the marshals, everyone here, myself, Anthony Jordan, and Andrew Mather on the commentary. We will see you in France for the second round of the FIA Karting European Championship.